What's up, everybody? Welcome to Logical, Plausible, Probable. Going to be doing a little bit of a debate review of my action that had with Godless Engineer back on August 9th, so back on Sunday. Today, he decided to replay it on his channel as a premiere. It was a bunch of trash talking, his continued denial of his annihilation, and the ongoing support and licking of wounds from his variety of brainwashed minions that think somehow his ignorance and their ignorance are somehow justified. And what really cracks me up is the ongoing tangents from the atheists about how nothing but spewing word salad and gish galloping and all those kind of things. And it's like, yeah, so apparently when I'm discussing conundrums and questions that are being posed by researchers, somehow that is gish galloping. Now, just because you guys don't understand what the heck I'm talking about or have ever heard of what I'm discussing, because you guys only refer to the same talking points that don't actually address any of the true issues that are, in play in the context of our existence, and just want to accept uh, without question, hey, the things that are literal paradoxes somehow, uh, well, they're not really a paradox in relation to our existence. So let's just not even discuss it. Let's not consider it. Let's not look at it in the relation to what is the fundamental underlying questions that we must address. Nope, 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 nope. Let's just accuse people of gish galloping and word salad, even though they don't know what is being said. Now, it's very ironic. I've got this SW Light Dreamer 1985 talking mad trash over on Godless channel, and here he's literally saying, "LLP, will you finally act like a GD adult? My God, you're a literal fucking child, aren't you? You seriously are just a middle school on an ego trip on Call of Duty." Okay, so he's demanding that I act like an adult. He was very concerned about whether or not I would be insulting him. And now, within 2 minutes of launching this live stream to discuss these things, where I actually had offered, and I will continue to offer him the opportunity to come on and have a direct conversation with me about these topics, he's already going to start dropping insults. So, Light Dreamer, I'm about to post the link to the stream in the chat. So if you have the CO Jones to come and back up your crap, let's go, bro. I'm right here, and we can have conversation, and you can ask your questions, and I can counter. Let's see if you can back up your BS as you're calling me numbnuts, which is funny. All right, bro. So come on down, man, whenever you're ready. But in the context of this overall debate, as you guys will witness here in a few minutes when we start, I'll start playing the stream. A big portion of this, what actually led up to this debate, was back in March. Godless Engineer thought it would be a great idea to attack one of my videos when I just first started my channel, and he thought he was just going to annihilate me. Well, I responded, completely debunked his entire position, and then fast forward, which he, by the way, challenged him to respond. He did not, things of that nature. Anyway, fast forward a couple months, and I came across a video of him using the exact same arguments he had supposedly used to debunk, or he had used to supposedly debunk me in a completely different debate with somebody else. And I was like, man, I can't take it anymore. We got to have this has got to get hammered out. This whole stupidity of nothing different between Diet Coke and regular Coke in relation to DNA and the genetic code. So that ultimately led to our debate. And while he and his other people didn't seem to comprehend that the entire foundation of the debate, which was intelligent design versus naturalistic evolution, was exactly what had been questioned, and he was calling into question in relation to genetic code, given the fact that modern synthesis and all aspects of Darwinism in the modern sense require modifications to the genetic code, which they all recognize as the underlying foundation and requirement for life to exist. That somehow that those modifications, both the development of and the modifications to those that data and the prescriptive information required can somehow just pop into existence. Now, it's funny. And what's up, Nicholas? How you doing, man?
I'm good. You know, man, early start to battle this morning, huh? I wasn't expecting that.
Well, I had to get up and do some stuff this morning. I came home. I was about to take a little short nap. And then I started getting all these notifications on comments on my channel. And judging from the language, I was like, oh, man, I know it. Godless Engineer must be streaming the debate. So I flipped over real quick, and there it was, live premiere. I'm like, oh, man, it's too good. So tuned in, and to be honest, it was cracking me up, all the standard talking points that were being spewed. And the biggest irony, as I started off this whole stream on, was the accusations of gish galloping and word salad. It's like, that's all we hear from atheists. They claim that whenever we're actually making an argument that actually has substance and is addressing the underlying issues that are being recognized in all forms of origin of life research, as well as just evolutionary biology in general, they have to be solved. Somehow I'm making it all up, or anybody like me. We're just making things up. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, and the Gish Gallop claims get silly sometimes. Like I've seen Mr. Batman focus on the same thing for a long, long time, and people accuse him of Gish Galloping just because of the way he talks. It's like they don't even pay attention to the fallacies.
In that recent debate that he did when he got accused of Gish Galloping, he actually, he spoke for quite a while, but he actually outlined about 6 or 7 different layers of the argument.
Yeah, all on the same argument, which is why it was not a Gish Gallop. He kept reproving them wrong.
Exactly. I mean, he was adding supporting components. Like, here's the general premise. Now, here's the evidence, round 1 of the evidence in favor of my premise. Here's round 2 of the evidence in favor of my premise. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, please answer. You're Gish Galloping. And it's like, what? I mean, that would be like in a court of law, the judge, after the opening statement and the actually, let's say closing statement in this context of a recap of all of the the charges and all the evidence in favor of the verdict being asked for by the attorney, and then the judge is like, "You're Gish Galloping, jury ignore." I mean, it's so funny, so funny.
But if I may elaborate real quick just on like how we got up early this morning. Yeah, because last night I slept a couple hours and then I was probably about ready to like fall asleep. I got tired again and I saw that this debate was going to be shown. And I was like, I got to tell them all how the emperor is naked while the time's right. It's like all those atheist students whose souls need saving. They need the stupidity pointed out to them, So it's like I had to go there and serve them and they all thought I was trolling, of course.
Well, of course.
I almost got banned, but it's because I was saying stuff that was so powerful against because you set it up so good and they're trying to ignore it. So I was just saying straight up what was going on in the video a few times at the most opportune moments.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that very much, and you're right. I mean, they do need help. It's getting sad where things have gotten to. What's up, Tony?
Hey, what's up, man?
Tony, shalom.
How are you guys? Shalom. Just chilling. Well, yeah, you got to get some of his quotes on a t-shirt. I don't understand the question.
Well, the irony for me, and his wife in the live stream had actually, during the debate live, had said that his professional background was computer engineer. And I questioned him about it today in his premiere of this. And he claims he has an undergraduate and master's degree in computer science.
Well, that's what I almost got banned for. When it came up in the debate today, I wrote in the chat that he was embarrassed to admit he was a computer engineer because he should know better. And then that was when he finally put me on timeout and cussed at me and told me that I would get banned if I didn't stop that. So I had to cool off. But by then I had done my job.
Well, hang on. Actually, real quick. So, Light Dreamer, I'm just going to address your stupidity real quick, and I'm gonna let somebody else address it for me. So he's been questioning whether or not like DNA is our brains, computers, things of that nature. Okay. So I'm gonna argue that on the cellular level, we have computational function, and we have Turing complete processing and coding. And I'm just going to go ahead and allow, actually let somebody else show this for me. And let's just have some fun with it, shall we, ladies and gentlemen? And then maybe the rest of the idiots who keep making this argument can shut up. Okay, so this is 2019 at the, is that coming up on the screen? Yes. Okay. So 2019 at the ACCU conference, and let's see, ironic description for this video. We're about to play some. If you think that computing devices are a new thing, think again. Biology got there first 4 billion years ago, and we have been running a 6-bit instruction set since then. Human computing devices have a long way to go to match the computing power of the human cell and point the way to alternative programming models which are awesomely parallel and have outstanding storage capacity. Can we learn from biology to build biocomputers? What is the biological equivalent of a transistor, of a ROM, or a CPU? How would we do input-output with a biocomputer? Could we install a debugger in your brain cells, disassemble your genes, or interface to our visual cortex? In this talk, we give concrete numerical answers to these questions and pose some questions ourselves. For example, which is smarter, your smartphone or your beer? Now, the guy who's been talking, he actually works for a company. He's a computer scientist who works for a company doing genetic production. Anyway, the subject of his keynote is the cell as a computer, Turing complete and massively parallel.
Which is a bit more flexible.
Just play a few things here.
We can, so viruses, for instance, HIV virus contains, we wouldn't have lifted up. Imagine how much data.
Let's get into some more fun stuff here.
Assembly factory for proteins. And what happens is these little funny shaped lander things, they kind of match up with 3 of the bases of the DNA, and they're carrying around 1 amino acid on the top of them. And the ribosome kind of gets everything in the right shape, squeezes these two amino acids together, and then squeezes the protein out the top like a tube of toothpaste. And sometimes it just squeezes it out into the cytosol. Sometimes it squeezes it through a hole, and you get different effects. And then there's a whole bunch.
Oh, holy crap, guys! Did you guys just see this this statement from Light Dreamer?
Yeah, Light Dreamer needs to come on in.
Okay, hang on. Yeah, hey, okay, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my lord, this guy just said, so my computer works so much better than any human brain. It still stores a hell of a lot more information in a much clearer fashion. Oh, holy shnikes, dude. You are such an ignorant moron. Oh my lord. My mind is blown. My mind is blown. Okay. So, number one, you idiot. And by the way, the whole point of a huge portion of the video that I was starting to stream is on the incredible storage capacity of biological systems. And just to put it in context, just to put it in a quick context, let's stop sharing this one. We'll share something else.
Well, how did a computer program itself? I mean,
okay. Let's see. How much data do you think is stored in the human brain? Let's Google this real quick. The most recent projection is 2.5 petabytes of data. Okay. Much data can the human brain store? Oh man. Here we go. Let's have some fun, ladies and gentlemen. And here we go. Let's see. Information storage in the brain. Bam. Okay. Most computational neuroscientists tend to estimate human storage capacity somewhere between 10 terabytes and 100 terabytes. The full spectrum of guesses ranges from 1 terabyte to 2.5 petabytes. Okay. So that was from 2012. Okay. Now there's actually been additional things. So that was the old estimate. That was like 2012. Okay. Oh wait, here we go. New estimate boosts the human brain's memory capacity tenfold. Holy crap, that was 2016. Oh my lord. It's getting crazier, folks. We're just getting more and more realization of the incredible storage capacity and processing capabilities. Yeah. Yep.
Light Dreamer, come on in.
It's just getting amazing. Like there we go. I mean, we're just continuing on, and I want to put this in comparison. Okay, so by comparison, the IRS's own massive data warehouse, which keeps track of 300 plus million Americans and has many more million businesses, has the capacity of 100 terabytes of memory. Yet Yahoo's 2.0 petabyte computational center, which can process 24 billion events a day, is a full 20% smaller than the capacity of a single human brain. The human brain is indeed a marvel, and with more capabilities than most of us can imagine. As more studies are coming out, it's only a matter of time until we truly find out how much the human brain can store. The human brain and nervous system is prone to the same type of problems as any other part of our bodies, and we at CNS are here to help people, yada, yada, yada. Okay, so...
Well, John, that might be too complicated for Light Dreamer. So,
I mean,
how did the first computer form? By chance or
apparently so? Apparently so, but I really amazes me. And now look at this. Light Dreamer is he's running away. He won't actually address the fact.
Well, Light Dreamer, how did the first?
Yeah. This stuff it's priceless, guys. It's priceless. I mean,
the brain can repair itself. A computer can't. First of all.
Well, that's a fair point. Your god or gods don't mean anything to me at all. Why should I turn to it? Yeah. So it's funny. So I love the fact that so Dreamer, are you going to address the fact that I just annihilated your foundational positions, the ones that you claimed I was just staggeringly ignorant of and was making up and had no founding in my positions, and I didn't have the CO Jones and the nuclear nuts, I think you called me, you said, to back up and answer your questions. So I just did.
The first computer, by the way, was back in the 50s. It took like 10 engineers just to run it. It was the size of a room, I think.
The size of a house.
Oh, okay. It was the size of a house. The first computer, Light Dreamer.
Yeah, they had them like multiple stories. Like some of there's old stuff from NASA and days when they showed their like multiple story computers.
Yeah, that happened by chance, of course, right?
Let's see. See if we can find some pictures of that stuff.
What year was that? Yeah, it was the size of a house.
Oh yeah, dude. Some of the first ones were literally multiple stories.
Right?
Gigantic.
To run those early rockets, yeah.
Well, the funny part, and Light Dreamer.
Oh, look at what he's saying. Okay, so yeah, it was by World War II, Alan Turing. The first computer was the Enigma machine. So did that Enigma machine form by chance, dummy? In the 40s, yes.
And the complexity of it, how did it compare to the first prebiotic, cellish, first fantasy pink unicorn thing you guys want to make in the lab?
By the way, so when was the first computer invented? Yada yada yada. It was 1943. It was not completed until 1946.
And how many engineers? How many engineers did it take to build that?
Oh, it was a whole team. But it was
a whole team.
Hang on. It was 1,800 square feet. And used 18,000 vacuum tubes and weighed.
Wow, that all happened.
And weighed almost 50 tons.
Wow.
So yeah. Now there were computing devices that were created, and there were different things that were created in theory. The concepts have been around for a long time, but the actual
look at what he's saying now.
Yeah, I see it. But the actualization of it was not. And that's part of the point. So this is what gets me about these idiots of like, okay, the point I made a few minutes ago about how what's happening in biological systems is vastly superior to what we have now, let alone back in 1943 when they started building the first one.
Right.
So,
And the first cell is far more complex than the very first computer ever made. But that all happened by chance.
yeah, okay, so let's look at some pictures of this stuff, right? See, remember I was saying like,
Yeah.
and by the way, there's a difference between like calculators and computers, by the way. Computational machines is different than a computation machine. Anyway, so like 1837, Babbage proposed the first general mechanical computer, analytical engine, and it had ALU, basic flow logic or flow control, punch cards, and integrated memory. Then you had the first programmable computer, 1936. And it was using electromagnetic mechanical binary programmable computer. And then modern computers, the first electric programmable computer, Colossus, and then the first digital. I mean, look at this stuff. This stuff is gigantic. It's nuts. The size of these things. Yep, all that stuff just built itself. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting how the data storage, like this image you're seeing over here on the right, there's direct corollary in binary or in biological systems. But
yeah, really dumb.
Yeah, they're just
that didn't happen by chance, but the cell did. Okay. Yeah. By the way, Light Dreamer, you can get your $10 million if you can produce a cell by purely, unguided natural processes.
Oh, by the way, speaking of that, that just cracks me up so much that supposedly that, according to Lord Voldemort and all these other talking heads in the atheist camp, that's just a scam.
Right. Creationist plot.
I'm like, it's a scam? Really?
Right.
So oh, by the way, so who was it that was talking the trash about George Church? I forget who it was. I think it was Immutable Destiny or Walking Fish, maybe. He was claiming he was referring to George Church over at Harvard as like somebody who would basically disagree with me, right? And so just for entertainment purposes, in the context of this whole coding question, let's share screen again. And
but John, are you okay? Are you turning into a mad ox?
Apparently so, and I'm apparently also a Nazi, according to Immutable Destiny.
Yeah, what a phony he is.
Okay, so real quick, ladies and gentlemen. So here's the judges, right? So you've got George Church, Harvard and MIT. Dennis
he's what, agnostic, I think.
Yep, all these guys are. All of them are.
Okay.
All of them are agnostics. So you got George Church. He's a geneticist, a molecular engineer, and a chemist. Professor of genetics at Harvard Medical School, MIT. Founding member of the Weiss Institute for Biologically Inspired Engineering. Developed methods for the first genome sequence. Co-author of 509 papers, 143 patent publications in the book Regenesis. One of the most influential people in 2017. Okay, so he is a judge of whether or not it's a legit code.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Dennis Noble. He's one of the top 100 scientists in the UK. Dennis was the first person to build a computer model of an organ. It was the heart. He did this in 1960 using punch cards. His discoveries made pacemakers possible. He's a fellow of the Royal Society. He's the editor of the Society's journal Interface Focus and holds a Commander of the British Empire Medal from Queen Elizabeth. Judge. I mean, just think about this stuff. It's like, really, folks, you're claiming that it's not actually this. And to really get into this whole fun jazz, what is it being required? Encoder, you have input, message, decoder, output. You have encoding table on one side. You have decoding table on the other side. This is like basic communication theory of what equals a code. And for those who are living in fantasy land, this isn't reality. Let's see if we can just find, just for fun.
Well, let me point out real quick. Godless Engineer said that we could interpret Diet Coke as having code, I guess, based on the chemical structure or something. But the thing is with DNA, we don't have to interpret it as the code. there's already biological mechanisms that interpret it, even if a human never does. And so, like, he was really just being a liar, trying to dodge the fact that he was proven wrong.
Yep.
And like, if I was him, I'd be more embarrassed to be a liar, and I would just accept correction.
He's a crybaby. Played the victim too, like you were picking on him, John.
Well, yeah, true. I mean, when you get in, there's other ones that are much more detailed than this. Let's see. All right, let's look at pathway for gene expression. Just for fun, real quick. Okay, so just coming through on the screen. One second.
So they're denying that it's a code, even though these experts are calling it a code.
Yes.
And saying build it and you'll get 10 million and no one can do it.
Well, not only that, you're getting into I mean, there's so much stuff on the theory of like what equals what. This stuff is.
But they have to work under prebiotic conditions. They have to work under
purely
natural.
Okay, so we were talking about like what I showed of the whole like encode table, decode table, encode, transmit, decode, basic communication theory. Okay, yeah. So this is what we're talking about here, people. Right there, you have the encode table. Right here is the decode, like what it equals. Like this is such basic logic, and I mean it's so basic. I really don't understand how specifying initiation of translation, the start codon is AUG. There's a couple other variations of bacteria use. I mean, AUG is used for 3,542 genes in E. coli. I mean, come on, folks. This stuff it gets so crazy when you look at the different variables of all this. It's clearly delineated in so many different facets to the end. I mean, in context of that, we're gonna. Well,
I liked how Smokey called out Professor Dan on the chirality problem being solved, but then Fuzz actually explained that how it's not even they're producing high enough yields. So, yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, it goes beyond any level of remote legitimacy for people to continue to go down these rabbit holes and claim that things are being made up. I mean, it's.
And John, I want to congratulate you on how powerful that was. I mean, we look at what Slight Dreamer is saying in here, where he gets really upset all of a sudden, and all of a sudden science is about whether or not God exists. And he's triggered because it was so powerful. And I want to praise God for that. And this is good. This is a good thing.
No, I agree with you. And well said, sir. Well said. All right, so this, what I'm about to pull from, is genetic code, lucky chance, or fundamental law of nature. Okay. The irony of ironies, there's a guy who has my name, J. Maddox. He's Sir John Roberts Maddox, or Maddox Roberts. Sorry, he was actually the editor of Nature magazine for years. But so it's not actually me. That's the guy, same name. But what he said was the problem of the genetic code has several facets, of which the most compelling is why it just is what it is. Okay, so let's look at some fun stuff here. The origin of the code is perhaps the most perplexing problem in evolutionary biology. The existing translation machinery is at the same time so complex, so universal, and so essential that it is hard to see how it could have come into existence or how life could have existed without it. Okay, so further efforts of researchers were directed to explain observed regularities. 3 well-known hypotheses were advanced to understand the essence of correlation between codons and amino acids. They are 1. Stereochemical hypothesis, frozen accident hypothesis, or hypothesis of accidental freezing, evolutionary hypothesis. Some of these theories consider considered an evolution of the genetic code based on relationships between codons and amino acids, dependency of amino acid biosynthesis, and ways how metabolic pathways could be selected by evolution, or postulating a frozen accident relationship between amino acids and codons. Okay, I'm saying all this because you fast forward to now, and none of those they haven't come close on any of those, and they've got nothing else they've come up with, and they've actually been debunking their own hypothesis. Do you want to say something, Tony?
Yeah, no, it's Lee Cronin's been. You saw what he had to say.
Yeah. Okay, so here's some of the top questions. Which I won't bore you with all this stuff, and go back and read some of the stuff for yourself. But okay, so here is somebody who's operating within the limits of the frozen accident hypothesis, which, by the way, was originally postulated by Francis Crick, one of the guys who decoded the he discovered the genetic code, and he realized it was so complicated because that he's like, wow, we only makes sense on this arbitrary data value assignment is a frozen accident. Like, it just happened. But anyway, the situation when nature invented the DNA code surprisingly resembles designing a computer by man. If a computer were designed today, the binary notation would hardly be used. Binary notation was chosen only at the first stage for the purpose to simplify at most the construction of a decoding machine. But now it is too late to correct this mistake. Okay, why does this have relevance? Because in order to explain the triplet structure of the 4-letter code, so on and so forth, propose the idea of dynamic or powered communication between electrophysical properties of the matrix polymer and the decoding molecular device. The essence of the model is to measure an electrostatic interaction between the oligomer consisting of well, I'm going to bore with this stuff. Anyway, where this is all going is, and kind of the reason I read that whole original point, and there's other folks who've expanded on this in much greater detail, is the whole aspect of quaternary versus binary. And it's what I get so much entertainment out of these ignorant atheists who, it's not binary, therefore you can't compare it to computer code. It's like, you guys are so dumb and ignorant, and you think I'm spewing word salad, that you don't recognize that if we had been more advanced in our technology when we started expanding and developing our computer technology, we probably also would have gone to computer code or to quaternary code. Now, irony of ironies, fast forward to now, we've actually had computer scientists design and implement 8-base genetic syntax for data storage systems that we're currently implementing over at Microsoft and other companies around the world for data storage and DNA computation that we're creating. I mean, this stuff to me, it's just like, you idiots.
John, there's something really important. Because if it's too late because it's binary, but the whole reason we did binary was because that's what mechanically is easier to happen. Then if it had happened by any kind of natural chance, it would have happened binary and would have been stuck that way. So the fact that is it called quaternary?
Quaternary, yeah.
Yeah, so the fact that it's quaternary is a very, very heavy evidence that it did not come from natural cause.
But
another front.
But in 1953, they produced a bunch of amino acids. That's their answer. That's pretty much where they go.
Yep. Well, yes, it really is.
But now, didn't we produce a bunch of amino acids in the 50s?
All right. So let's address the degeneracy of the code. Okay. As supposedly a priori, the primary cellular organelles responsible for translation of genetic information were already existing. Okay. These publications followed Crick's hypothesis, claiming that the primary code was less degenerate than its contemporary version. During the process of biological evolution, the structure and functional variability of proteins was growing due to an increase in number of amino acids used. In its turn, this led to an increase in genetic code degeneracy up to its present condition. Next, according to Crick, a phenomena of ancidental freezing of codon amino acid correspondence took place. However, this conclusion may only be a philosophical allegory based on intuition. As a counterargument to this statement, Ardennell, so and so, all these different quotes, claimed that analytical calculations prove that the modern version of, with its degeneracy degree, is a result of the evolution of primary code via attenuation and by optimization mistakes occurring both during genome translation and transcription. Okay, now what this runs into is the fact that you have to have all these other components built in first, and you have to have a code like that's complete. Even if it's not as complicated as the later one, you have to have one that is complete initially. Like, so you can't circumvent this. Like, there's so many different aspects of this, but man, I mean, anyway, I'll stop with my tirades here, but some of these different ongoing standard talking points that we listen to from the atheists, it's like, you guys obviously not actually gone and read this stuff for yourselves. And just a quick sidebar for the other, just for a few other people who never listened to what I have to say. We talk about Turing complete. I showed you earlier a keynote at a conference last year. It was in December, I believe, of last year, so 10 months ago, about the Turing complete aspect of the cell and the computation, so on and so forth. Well, here's a paper on this topic, okay? And I mean, as you can see for yourself, describing what it is. Oh, wait, here's how it applies to DNA structure, the ribosome, and getting DNA as a computing medium. I mean, I just don't know how complicated it is. This is not just being interpreted as it's literal. And if you can keep denying this, but I mean, this paper is breaking down how it's fun. As we have mentioned, a Turing machine has an instruction set or table. A DNA codon table is just like that. The genetic code is traditionally represented as an RNA codon table because when proteins are made in a cell by ribosomes, it is mRNA that directs protein synthesis. The mRNA sequence is determined by the sequence of genomic data. I mean, when you really start to break down like how this directly correlates with all the different components of the molecular Turing machine, I mean, DNA would be the tape of a Turing machine. Ribosome would be the head. RNA would be the state register. Amino acids would be the states. DNA codon table would be the instruction table. Protein would be the output tape. I mean, this is so basic. And if you really want to get into other fun stuff, you can go with let's just look up somebody who they like to talk about, Richard Dawkins. Computer tape. I'll pull this up. You guys want to comment on anything?
Just listening.
All right.
Yeah, this is awesome. I think people want to see this.
All right, let's go listen to Richard Dawkins on this topic real quick. So I think the atheists hopefully know who Richard Dawkins is since they worship the man. Is audio coming through?
Can't hear anything.
Okay, hang on.
Oh yeah, you can't do audio with application window. You can do it with a Chrome tab.
Did I hit application window? I meant Chrome tab. Let's see. Okay.
20th century. Well, in physics, there have been several Einstein's special and general theories of relativity, and the whole complex of advances which come under the heading of quantum mechanics. I'm not enough of a physicist to explain them or judge them, but I'm persuaded they are of immense importance. In biology, I suppose it would have to be the double helix, Watson and Crick discovery of the structure of DNA, which was far more than just the discovery, the crystallographic work, discovering the structure of a big molecule, because what that led up to was a major revolution in which much of biology became a sort of branch of information technology. The consequence of the Watson-Crick discovery, with all that it led on to, the DNA code and the sort of various genome projects that are going on now, is that genes, which from my point of view are absolutely central to biology, genes are information. They are coded information. It even looks like computer information. I mean, a chromosome is a great long computer tape. It's linear, it runs one-dimensional, digital code.
Digital code.
Binary, it's quaternary, but apart from that, it's just the same as computer tape. It's read in sequence. It's copied and pasted from one part of the organism to another in just the same way as a computer program.
No, it's not a code.
So biology has turned into computer science, and the sort of mystification of biology, which was still possible when people could talk about a life force, a vital fluid, things like that, essentially skyhook explanations. That's completely out. You can never hear anybody talking nonsense like that anymore. And it's all, I won't say it's all due to Watson and Crick, but it was Watson and Crick that really finally torpedoed that kind of thinking in biology. So I suppose as a biologist, I mean, I have to set the great physical discoveries on one side, important as they are, because they're not my field. In my own field, I think I'd have to say Watson and Crick, 1953, is the greatest breakthrough.
Okay, so yeah.
Come on in, Speed.
I would wager that are you claiming that Richard Dawkins, who literally stated that it was not, I mean, not making, it can just be interpreted as. I mean, did anybody interpret that from what he said, that he was just speaking in pure analogy? Because I'm pretty sure he clearly delineated that he wasn't.
He said it was a code, so.
Well, he described it, I mean, computer tape. And that's one of the other things. Y'all said it was digital. It's digital.
I mean, it's a code.
But yeah, it's quaternary, not binary. I mean, it's like, really? So I'm literally using the exact same argument as Richard Dawkins. The only difference between me and him is what is the requirement for its existence? Like, that is the question that is being put forth. Not whether or not it is what it is, but whether or not it can come into existence without the intelligent agent. That's it. That's literally the only difference between the two positions.
Yeah.
And why don't these people go take it up with Richard Dawkins? I mean, they claim that everybody that I refer to debunks my position and claims that it's not his. Well, then go talk to Dawkins, because he agrees with me. Not necessarily, not on the origin, but on what it is. And I get so tired of these ignorant fools not actually even having a baseline premise of understanding when it comes to the claims that they're being made. Okay, so, and just for fun, something else. One of the other things that was brought up by the trash talkers in the stream today was my references to quantum biology. Man,
because they just decided that could be laughed at.
So let's just go down this rabbit hole, ladies and gentlemen, because the majority of this it's really started to take hold in the last decade, but it's now, I mean, it's been around longer than that, but it's really starting to take some serious traction. And it's been, let's say 1963, I guess, was kind of one of the beginnings of it. But they were talking. We're bringing this up, because they were talking about the quantum state and the quantum mechanics of photosynthesis, and how I was just making stuff up, like I don't know what I'm talking about. And so this whole thing called excitation with the chlorophyll, it literally it forms a coherent state on the quantum level to enable all of the roads of energy transfer to happen simultaneously in terms of quantum mechanics, so that there's literally zero energy loss. I mean, and there's some idiot in the stream earlier on Godless Engineers channel that claimed that ours is so much better. Yeah, I call BS. I think the best we've come up with is like 60-something% energy transfer. Yeah. Biological photosynthesis. Yeah. Energy transfer, 100%. I'm pretty sure that 100% cannot be surpassed. Does that make sense? Just saying. Just saying. And and by the way, for some of the other idiots out there that don't have much understanding of these things and think I'm just spewing word salad, there's actually papers from chemists about how actually, yeah, let's just Google it real quick. Let's see. Let's try quantum enzymes. And quantum tunneling for enzymes. Let's look at that, folks. Oh man. Let's just click on one. There we go. Let's see what this has to say. Hydrogen tunneling links protein dynamics to enzyme catalyst. Okay. Oh, wow. Here we show how the quantum mechanical hydrogen tunneling associated with enzymatic CH bond cleavage provides a unique window into the necessity of protein dynamics for achieving optimal catalysis. Yeah, so the reason I'm bringing all this stuff up is what they've actually been discovering is that there's all these different enzymes that actually, the reason they're able to pull off what they pull off is that they are being able to do things like, and not limited to, but like quantum tunneling to dramatically accelerate the reaction to actually make whatever the biochemical outcome possible. Otherwise, it would take a freaking million years to do, right? And or 10,000 or whatever the timeline be. It wouldn't actually work. Okay, so what they are claiming could just happen is that enzymes that, and by the way, some of the most fundamental component proteins that are required also utilize some of these enzymes in order for their folding to occur. Anyway, the point I'm making is these people are claiming that enzymes that have the capacity to alter quantum state are necessary for life at the simplest level. Those came into existence from an undirected process, even though they needed these same processes in order to exist. And nobody in academia wanted to talk about this for years. Actually, chemists demanded that this not be discussed. And there's actually been papers that have come out in articles about how younger chemists are basically having hardcore splits with the establishment of academia because they feel like there is a dramatic ignorance and refusal to address so many aspects of biological systems and the chemistry that comes with it, because people don't want to accept the fact that we're talking about the need for this sort of thing to be possible in biology. It's mind-bending stuff. Christian Peasant, what's up, man? Thanks for joining us.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Thanks for coming in. Sorry I didn't see you. I was overlooking at that article.
Oh, I know. I understand, mate. Don't have to apologize. I'm just seeing if this is all going to work. I have usually I'm all set up for recording and stuff. So.
Oh yeah, coming through just fine, man.
That's great. That's great. I didn't get any feedback, which is good because that usually kills my ears. But this is all fascinating stuff, and I think that your debates with that clueless moron was actually a waste of your time. He didn't address anything. He did nothing. They all just sat there and did nothing. I mean, you were pouring on the facts and the references like crazy, and they had nothing. And it was actually quite boring to watch them because it's just like, can you not answer a simple question? It's crazy.
No, they don't know the question.
And it got boring for me too, but there was a reason for it. And John, you may want to say what that was.
Sorry. Well, we talking about the live debate or the stream today?
the live debate because there was a reason, even though like he wasn't really a worthy opponent for a good debate, there was a reason that you needed to do this debate.
Oh, well, I mean, it was my birthday. No,
I meant more the deception that goes through like people who listen to someone like him. So we put him to shame.
no. I'm just joking about it. It was my
Oh,
birthday. I was joking. No, no. I mean, as I said,
you gave me too big an opening. I was trying to give it to you, but
well, no, and as I said in my opening statement, which I think I'm just gonna play it real quick because I was much more eloquent than I would be off the cuff. Let's see here. I made in my second paragraph of my opening statement, I made it rather clear what my objective was.
Snake wants to kick my ass, so it's a joke.
Snake couldn't kick his own ass.
Dude, that kid is delusional. Can't hear.
Yeah, no sound.
Guy's a joke. What a dumb meathead.
You can just see why he's in his chair. He's really uncomfortable.
He's an idiot. They're all in denial, man. It's like the same talking points, you know.
Absolutely.
Just,
Every time you watch them, it's like, oh, here we go again.
Yeah. I'm bored with them all of them. Jackson Wheat, Erica, they're all idiots.
They've got nothing.
Nothing.
And they don't even know it.
Right.
All right, here we go. Let's see if we can get this audio to work this time. Having lived 50% of my life here in the United States and 50% in the place of my birth, the United Kingdom. It also marks facing off against the very first atheist who came after me personally since I started engaging in YouTube apologetics when he supposedly debunked one of my videos. Now, in that light, let this day stand as a line of demarcation for me and to all those who meet me in the future, whether it be in person or in the digital ring of debate in which we are currently engaged. From henceforth, there will be no quarter given to the enemies of our Creator, nor those who refuse to look beyond the pathetic talking points spewed by my opponent and those like him. The verbal weapons you wield are broken. Your arguments are juvenile and lacking in substance. The more I engage with atheists, the more I realize you are mental children desperate to avoid the obvious. That the dogma of naturalism and its foundation of Darwinian evolution is nothing but a cloud of smoke which is decimated by the wind of rational thought and logical analysis. We are told that evolution is a settled and proven science. Yet its very foundation is based upon the assumption that information can come from nothing. If this is so, why then does all modern science prove beyond doubt that life cannot reproduce without the genetic code housed in our DNA? In any other context, a person would be considered insane to insist that a language of any kind, spoken or written, could form without consciousness and intellect being required. I ask you, would any rational person argue the numerous languages used for the software and design of hardware required for this debate? Could they possibly somehow spring into existence by chance? Without intelligence and logic, can any of these concepts be devised? I would say no, but I shall let the words of my opponent address this question. I leave the determination of his rationality to you, the audience.
This brings me to what my next video will explain in much more detail, and that is the genetic code, and more importantly, the information it contains. Atheists desperately attempt to avoid the premise that it actually contains real information and is not just purely deterministic chemical reactions.
I mean, it is just chemical reactions. Like I said at the beginning of this, DNA can be interpreted as a code, but that does not make it inherently a code. We can determine certain sequences, and we can know the effect of those sequences on the rest of the organism or on certain biomechanical operations or chemical interactions within an organism. Like, we can determine those things. Just because we can determine sequences in DNA does not mean that it inherently contains code, though.
DNA.
John, he's so far off of what you just said. You might have been talking to a brick.
Yeah, it's amazing the level of, and this is what I always come back to of like either they are in full scale utter denial and the suspension of rational thought,
or they're just performing,
or they're liars.
Yeah,
I mean, at this point, with the information now known, I mean, just for example, let's share another paper here. I find it so interesting that
And not only that, you're talking about the language of code. Language itself has to be imparted to us. We cannot develop it ourselves.
well,
And then
course.
just real quick, this is the exact moment to point out that the mechanisms themselves interpret the code. So when Godless is going on and on about, we can interpret it as code, we this, we that, has nothing to do with us. Organisms don't run on us, they run without us. You know, like an elephant in the savannah is not waiting for a human to be aware of its DNA for the code to be interpreting in order to have the functional outcomes.
Absolutely.
That is a fact of nature. That's not something we interpret. And I mean, he's a liar about it. He was a liar when he said no one ever says this, thinks this, or proposes this, something like that. So he said ever 3 times. Ever, 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 except creationists. And then John showed that other people do all 3 of those things. And Godless never apologized for his lie. I've said it before. I'll probably end up saying it again.
Well, and here's why I honestly question if people such as Lord Voldemort, Gutsick Gibbon, and so on actually go and read papers I have in my folder for themselves, because they claim, oh, it's not really information. There isn't information. There is no information processing. Like, okay, so then are these guys just making up the title of their paper? I mean, abstract. Life depends on how much of the flow of information, as much on the flow of information as on the flow of energy. Here we review the many efforts to make this intuition precise. Starting with the building blocks of information theory, we explore examples where it has been possible to measure directly the flow of information in biological networks, or more generally, where information theoretic ideas have been used to guide the analysis of experiments. I mean, I don't understand how much, and this is 2016, by the way. I don't know how much more like direct you have to be on, like, there is no, like, this is not in question in academia. Like, nobody questions this. And I mean, I building blocks of information theory. I mean, what the flying mother, what is required to break this down for people?
Let's remind the atheists why they're in denial about it with the atheist fantasy land projection, because they're being, that's the whole thing, is that this proves that there is a designer, and that designer must be worthy of being called God. So atheists are wrong. Atheism is not true. And that's why they're so emotional about this and why they're so in denial about these obvious facts.
Yes.
And in your heart, speed of sound, speed of pudding, in your heart, that this is defeat. And then you're in such denial about it. And the reason why is because of God. That's the part to remember, Speed.
Yep, I agree. Well,
turn away from God, turn away from knowledge.
Exactly.
Idiots.
And here's where it starts to get interesting for me, like in the same paper. Okay, so now they're breaking down like Shannon information theory and such now. And then they're getting into more complex aspects as you go along. But it's like, okay, do you actually think these guys are spending all this time to do the math and the corollary between like information theory algorithms and such and formulas, that they're like, okay, this is how it matches up in genetics? Like, do you think they're spending the time to do this and it's all just pure analogy? I mean, I would say no. And then I would say, are journals actually accepting this if it's just made up? I mean, I would say no. I mean, and by the way, everything they're breaking down in here is like doing the, like, how this is like in communication theory, how it applies, the communication systems, different requirements, like noise. I mean, it's so freaking nuts, man. If you've actually taken the time to read through this stuff, it's pretty mind bending. Cool. Okay,
the fact that they can even do this should give them pause.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, when you really think about what and like how it's being compared, and like, oh wait, this isn't just analogy; it's literal.
Exactly.
Just one example, but like I said, I just wonder if they're really Is it, oh yeah.
Oh, all full of shit, all of them. It's a waste of time.
Let's look at this one. Okay, so this one is also like 4 years ago now. Information processing in bacteria, memory, computation, and statistical physics. Oh my lord! Living systems have to constantly sense their external environment and adjust their internal state in order to survive and reproduce. Have
Sounds
to
like
process
intelligence to me.
these information in order to make appropriate decisions. How do they process information? How do they respond to the signals? I mean, this stuff, like, it's like, okay, let's just scroll down a little bit. Let's see what else they got. Oh, sensory circuits, signal amplification. I mean, there's so many different. I mean, adaptation encodes a working memory for computational gradient. For computing gradient. I mean, I don't know what to say,
Process
folks.
itself is intelligent. What the heck are they talking about?
I'm sorry, people. I don't know how to continue on in terms of being accused of word salad and gish galloping.
No, that's what they do, John. That's not what you do.
Well, I'm going to go back to I agree with you, but I'm going to go back to my earlier point, which was just because you don't understand the words that are coming out of my mouth does not mean that I am gish galloping. It means that you're an ignorant idiot.
Right.
And don't know what the hell you're talking about and are projecting your own ignorance onto somebody else.
Yeah, transference.
Okay, so here's something on DNA's information. Oh my lord!
Speed's here. Speed, come on in. Pudding Brains, is it? Yeah, he's blasting your chat. Come on in, Speed.
Let's see.
There goes the IQ of the room.
Yeah.
Okay.
He and I have agreed.
We're all going to be dumber. We're all going to be dumber now.
By the way, here's an entire paper on the premise. Okay. All right, let's go back to the title. Okay. Rural Society. So not some like batwing crazy publication. Oh wait, there it is. Rural Society Publishing. Oh my lord. This is just nuts.
Great intellect.
The measuring information. Oh my lord. It's
so you have
not
all
really
these
information. It's
right,
not really
yeah.
information.
Right. And these are what? Agnostics calling it code and information.
Yep.
Wow.
I mean, then you can get into the linguistics of DNA. Oh man, I don't know what to tell you. And this is from 20 years ago, folks. 21 years ago.
Your exasperation is shared by the rest of us. Don't worry.
I mean, okay, here we go. By the way, I love this first sentence. There are theoretical reasons to believe that biological systems and processes cannot be fully accounted for in terms of the principles and laws of physics and chemistry alone. But they require, in addition, the principle of semiotics, the science of symbols and signs, including linguistics. Oh, my Lord. I just don't know what to say, folks. And by the way, now I'm referring to von Neumann. He was one of the first developers of computer science, folks, for those of you who are unaware of this. I mean, actually, I need to go look up something else real quick because I'm just on a tangent right now. Let's go look up an entirely relatively new field of science. Biosemiotics. Okay. Biosemiotics is a field of semiotics in biology that studies the pre-linguistic meaning, making, or production and interpretation of signs and codes in the biological realm. Okay. So they've got their own journal, and their entire objective is to delineate like how does this all work in biology, right? And one of the things I find so funny about Speed of Sound is in my debate with him, he actually said that he was he read all sorts of stuff about biosemiotics. And he actually, in my debate with him, conceded that it was a code. And now he seems to be taking a different position, even though in my debate with him, he claimed that it was. So I'm not really sure which direction to go with that.
You can't think. He's getting his thoughts mixed up there.
I guess. Anyway, I've been rambling for a minute. Is that on my little tangents? That made sense to everybody so far?
Yeah, come on in, Speed. Instead of hiding in the chat, come on in.
Hey, John, your opening for Clueless Engineer there reminded me of that scene in Lord of the Rings where Gandalf says, "You shall not pass."
Bum, bum, bum. We got the moniker that we've been looking for.
Okay. So actually, this paper I'm about to bring up, actually, I had it in the video, or like I played the little clip of it in the opening statement. Okay. For the love of all those good and holy folks. I'm out to lunch, apparently. Is that coming through?
Yeah.
Okay. Is the title relatively self-explanatory?
Yep.
Okay. And let's look and see who's writing this. We've got electrical computer engineering folks. We've got communications engineering from Munich, Department of Computer Science and Engineering. Interesting, isn't it? How the evolutionary biologists are not involved in this because they're too big of dumbasses to comprehend this. But I digress.
Plus, engineering is like pure. Either the bridge stands, or the building stands, or it doesn't.
Yes. Okay. So let's just.
And we got to point out that he was saying that it's not like computer code, or at least a whole lot of people in his chat were definitely saying that.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So let's look at this real quick. Okay. The abstract. Let's see. This paper gives a brief overview of several applications from the emerging interdisciplinary field of genomic coding theory that aims to apply concepts and techniques from the field of coding theory to problems from the field of molecular biology. This is motivated by the highly precise and robustness found in genetic processes, in addition to the increase in the availability of genomic data for a wide range of species. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Fast forward to channel coding for modeling gene expression with emphasis on the process of translation, existence of error-correcting codes in the DNA, and channel coding structure in the genetic code. Okay. Of course, this goes into crazy detail, but I love the very second point of this paper. Why coding theory? I mean, I don't know what to tell you, folks. At this point, it's just are you idiots not actually contemplating all of this stuff and how it actually applies to the entire point that I've been making, and why this is actually a literal problem for evolutionary biology? And I mean, it gets nuts. And I believe this was from 2020. Let me see. When was this? Where's the date on this thing? I'll have to find that again. Anyway, it's just stuff like I read these things and I'm just like, at what point are these folks either going to just concede they don't actually read for themselves, or they're liars?
Well, I'm going to read that one now because I saw the word entropy there in that math. And now that I kind of understand what entropy is in math, I want to see what's going on there.
That's another hurdle they can't cross.
Yeah, that's a big discussion point. So it might not actually be on topic. It might be something that's not really significant, but I saw that word there in the math. I'm going to check it out.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm trying to find this.
Because it's in the math of the data. That's what I'm saying, is there's entropy in the data. There's dissipation in the data.
Yes, absolutely.
And entropy is a phenomenon of dissipation.
Yes. Well, and one of the other ironies about the entropy problem is it's both from an information theory perspective, it's a problem, as well as from a thermodynamics perspective. Like, it's a twofold problem in biology. And I forget the exact math, but it's like the energy requirement to overcome the thermodynamic entropy is, unless you have like the control systems that are in place in biological systems, you can't even get 1/billionth of the energy requirement to overcome the entropy from thermodynamics that would be in place to try and execute the fundamentals of life.
Well, and I don't know about this, but I know that their excuse out of that is always that the sun puts energy
No,
in.
no. I'm addressing that. Is the math has been done that even pulling in the sun, you're only, in reality, they wouldn't be able to actually capture more than 1/billionth of the amount of energy required to actually go to the next step. Is the
Perfect.
whole point. It's the whole point.
Well, that was.
Hey, don't quote me on the
cleared
exact math, but I watched a whole lecture on this topic where they like broke down the. And I think it was 1/billionth, but it was gigantic. It was 1 in 10 to the something. I'm pretty sure it was billionth, but yeah, it was rather clear. As a physicist was breaking down the math of like, yeah, this is not even remotely plausible. I don't know what the hell we're talking about. Yeah. And by the way, origin of life researchers have also conceded this, which is why they're trying to come up with all sorts of other workarounds to somehow circumvent that problem. But the atheist retards that we listen to on a daily basis, like, even though the origin of life researchers have conceded this, they claim that it's been accounted for, even though the origin of life researchers admit they haven't accounted for it. It's so ironic. I get so much entertainment out of listening to them.
This is the one thing that really bugs me about them is these atheists think they have the intellectual high ground and they have science behind them, but they can't. They can't even show anything, not one.
I'm trying to find this one paper I came across that, like, literally the first like page is trying to explain the whole, like, well, it used to be, people used to not be okay with it being called a language because we hadn't accounted for all of these variables. Well, now we have. I'm trying to find that paper. I can't remember which one it is. Because I would just crack every time I listen to that crap from them. I'm like, there's literally a paper on this exact topic of why you're an idiot for making this argument. It gets me. I get so much entertainment out of this stuff. Just the level of just ignorant dumbassery that comes out of these people's mouths. Let me search for this. You guys talk for a second if you don't mind.
Well, it all connected too. Not only the genetics, but the geology of the planets, the stars, everything. The one thing I'd like to see a discussion on, in length, is the light problem. These people saying, these Christians saying that the distant stars are proof that evolution is real. We don't know much about Einstein's special relativity.
Yeah, I think actually I was talking about this the other day with a friend of mine, of the whole premise of, like, quantum entanglement is completely eviscerating the finite aspect and the time variable, being like light being subject to the time variable.
Well, it's got no mass. It's in a vacuum and it travels at the speed of light. And what happens at the speed of light? There's no time. There's no distance.
Well, it's interesting. You might like this. Where did I put that? Let's see. Just for fun, folks, because I've actually considered this that position you're taking, or you're kind of putting out. Okay.
Dr. Russell Humphreys has a neat little thing on that.
Yeah, I have a variation of it of myself, which is a little. Since we're now, folks, I am, for all the atheists out there who see this, do not think I am like dogmatically clinging to this. I'm saying it's a hypothesis.
Yeah.
To solve
interesting theories. Yeah.
To solve the problem. Okay. Let's see. All right, let's go full screen here. And what's up, Smokey? How you doing, brother?
Hey, what's up, bro? How you doing?
Man, doing pretty good. All right, I'm on a little tangent. Okay, so this is a little theory I have. Let's pause around this interview. Whoops. Okay. My question is light actually both finite and infinite simultaneously? So my short overview. The speed of light is relative to the observer. It is both finite and infinite simultaneously. Time is only relative to the observer, not to light itself, and only matter is subject to time. Therefore, C is simultaneously infinite and finite. This theory has arisen from a variety of questions derived in quantum mechanics, specifically quantum entanglement, superposition, and the measurement requirement, in conjunction with known variations in speed of time in relation to gravity and speed. Additionally, the very formula for how speed is calculated, s equals d divided by t, depends on the object measured being subject to time. It is widely accepted that time is dilated to 0 at c, which would seem to negate this calculation validity for light. So, 1, if it is agreed that at the speed of light, time becomes 0, and if it is agreed that the limit to reach this speed only applies to matter, and if it is agreed that light is matterless, and if it is agreed that superposition exists until observed, and the outcome of the observation conforms to the relativity and laws governing the observer, and if it is agreed that gravity affects space-time relative to the observer, and all of our measurements are within a field of observation subject to time, then why would the true speed of light, or more importantly c, not be instantaneous, until measured by the observer who is subject to time?
Exactly.
Then the laws and forces, e.g. gravity and time, which govern matter, create the observable c according to our special relativity, and thus creates the ultimate barrier for matter. Then, while the required ratios between the constants, e.g. c and Planck, must be constant, in this model, the balance is maintained via relativity. Therefore, c is both infinite and finite simultaneously, and what we observe as finite is the result of quasi-reverse time dilation effect, and because matter is bound by relativity constraints that do not apply to c until superposition collapses. So some of the additional portions of the logic. Part of this hypothesis was catalyzed by the problems faced in redshift, such as spin-off galaxies displaying different redshift and therefore creating paradox if c is limited. However, if c is both infinite and finite, then while the distance traveled from our perspective calculated by our current understanding of light speed is still correct, the proposed number of light years is actually not relevant, since the time aspect of the speed limit only applies to matter and therefore, more importantly, the special relativity of the observer.
Exactly.
So we already know that time dilation occurs. Since we already know that time dilation occurs for matter based on speed, why would the logical reciprocal not also be true for light to the observer? To me, it seems we operate from a paradigm that this is a one-way outcome and that time applies to something we all agree it wouldn't apply to if we reached it. So I have a few other bullet points on this, but that's the top level of it.
Yeah, so it's just distance. It's really not time.
Well, yes, the distance is true. I'm arguing that the distance is true, but the time to travel from it is not.
That's what I'm saying too. I'm in agreement.
And to me, when you really start to contemplate the aspects of things we're discovering in terms of like retrocausality in the lab, that's being a testable, repeatable outcome, then if we agree that when it's in the superposition state, it doesn't actually freaking exist. But then we're being able to measure the path that it would have taken once it's been measured. Like, what the?
And it has to come back to us to be able to calculate it. So we're getting the time there and back. So we're confining it to something. So it's you can't extrapolate like that to the universe and the vacuum of space. Exactly.
And the slight difference, or I say slight, but significant difference in what I'm proposing versus some of the other like instantaneous speed of light arguments is that because one of the big problems is how do you maintain the ratios to the other constants that enable like the universe to exist, right? Not just like blow up, right? And the point I'm making is that in the physical form of the universe that has occurred post superposition collapse, which literally everything has, not just light, like every form of matter is a collapse superposition, right?
Right.
So yes, once you are collapsed into the physical realm, then yes, you are subject to a finite speed, and the ratios must be what we measure them as. But up until that point, they don't actually apply.
That's right.
And to me, that does not seem like it's not like some out there premise. Like
no, it seems to be perfectly congruent with the laws of physics and Einstein's special relativity.
Right.
I don't know. That sounds like a conspiracy. I got to put my tin hat on.
Well, and to me, this is why I get so cracked up by T-Jump. And he is like diatribes about testable, repeatable predictions and all that stuff. I'm like, yeah, so it's currently being done in the lab right now.
Well, it's a property of quantum physics, is it not? That once you know something's location, you lose its velocity and vice versa.
Yes.
Aren't we dealing with the same thing in time here, or light?
100%.
Yeah.
I mean, it applies to electrons. It applies to everything. I mean,
yeah. Anything electromagnetic, I guess.
It's Smoky Saint, man, I don't. You've graced us with your presence, my friend. How are you doing today?
Oh wow, man! I feel so honored. Thank you. Appreciate it, man. I'm doing well. Hey, actually, I had a quick question for Tony. Tony, are you interested in debating Snake tonight, Abiogenesis, on my channel?
Yeah, sure.
Are you
You can
free
email me.
at 7 o'clock your time?
Yeah, 7 to what? 7:30.
Probably. Well, I mean, I was planning it to be probably at least an hour. I mean, for you guys. I mean, I don't know. Do you have plans? Do you have stuff going on?
I think an hour. I mean, if that'd be a lot for him, but
Well, I mean, I figure like normal kind of debate stuff, and you guys can do some Q&A too if you want, kind of like the typical, debate type stuff. Like I let you guys go for, I don't know, 30, 40 minutes, wrap it up if it seems like it's going nowhere, and then just go to Q&A. What do you think?
yeah, that's fine. We could do 7 to 8. I'm on Eastern time.
All right,
So,
sweet. Okay, so I just messaged him and asked him about that time for him. So we'll see what he says, and if he says yes, I'll get it set up for you guys.
yeah,
Sweet.
good. He's been making a lot of noise. He's
I want to do it before SFT's debate because I do want to catch that tonight, and I am doing an after show for it because I think it's going to be awesome.
all right. Sounds good.
Yeah, man, phenomenal. How you doing, LPP?
Man, I'm doing good, dude. So I was just like chilling. I got up early this morning, did some work, came home, was gonna take a nap, started getting all these notifications, and predicted, because I'm relatively prophetic these days. Oh man, Godless Engineer must be playing the stream. Because I was like reading the comments. I bounced over to his channel. Sure enough, it was live, and the rest is history. And now we are here. It's
Well, the fact that they're still talking about you, mate, means you really hit a nerve.
Yeah, for sure. Was he doing a review reaction or just playing?
Now he's doing a premiere. And,
Okay.
Yeah, he was talking trash. A little bit of back and forth. By the way, he claims to have a master's degree in computer science.
I find that staggering to think of. That really
he admitted it. I asked him the question directly in live chat, and he said, "I have a bachelor's and a master's in computer science."
Yeah, and Smoky Saint, it was when I said that the reason he wouldn't answer the question in the debate was because he was embarrassed because he should know better. I said that in Godless Engineer's live chat, and that was when he cussed at me and threatened to ban me and put me on timeout.
Ooh, Nicholas struck a nerve. Well played, sir.
Yeah, that's a silver star on your shoulder, mate.
Yeah, it was
led by the
for
spirit.
Christ.
Led by the spirit.
Yeah, this is a battle for truth, and truth is our God, Jesus Christ, Yeshua HaMashiach,
Amen,
our
brother.
Savior and the Savior of
The
all.
only one.
I feel like Nicholas has found a little bit of fire lately. I'm kind of really liking it.
He's got the Holy Spirit.
He does. I feel an insurgence there. It's actually really it's inspirational to me, actually.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how long my role is just like this, but for now, this is what I'm at for, at least for, seems like in a few more days anyway.
I loved Nicholas's comments during the interview with Dr. Fuzz. No excuse, no excuse, no excuse. That was so awesome.
Oh, man.
Like Nicholas was loving it. He was loving that interview.
I mean, it was heavy.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. So what's their solution? I mean, him on Tangelo slapped Snake around like the little bitch that he is. I don't know what else. What do they got?
Well, Snake's going to bring you of course, naturalism from the gaps argument, and you just probably need to pick it apart and talk about what Dr. Tour gave you about how they have absolutely nothing, and any type of hypothesis he throws out there, just destroy it because you know all the facts.
There's nothing.
Well, that's the point.
They got what they preach. Nothing.
Yeah, when he gives you a hypothesis for us to consider of one of the problems, you just say nope, and here's why it doesn't work. And move on and just destroy every stupid, conjecture, religious nonsense he brings up, and just make an example of him for the debate, bro. That's all.
Yeah. If he agrees, just have that Brian Miller video ready and those 2 images I sent you.
Oh, sure, man. Yeah. If you could resend them too, because they may have moved
problem.
all the way down in my thing. So
Yeah,
send those back over to me.
It'll be a short one anyway.
Sweet, man. And then we'll take some audience questions too. Then we'll go over to SFT's debate because I think that's going to be awesome. I guess his opponent is what is it? A graduate student or something like that? Did anyone
Yeah.
catch that?
Yeah, it's some graduate student. I think in science. He wants to be a science teacher or something. I'm not sure.
Okay.
SFT doesn't even know. He just knows he's a graduate student in some kind of science.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, so real quick, guys. Michael had asked about earlier. He'd asked about. I was talking about entropy in the relation to abiogenesis and like that conundrum. So I finally found one of the videos on this while y'all been talking.
Is this informational or genetic entropy, or what are we talking about?
Oh, wait, you just listen.
Just be patient, Smokey. Just be patient.
Just listen. Well, I'm gonna let somebody who actually knows what the hell we're talking about say it. So people don't.
Oh yeah.
So
that's
people
the video, actually. That's
well,
the video.
this is actually this is way further down than what you sent me, Tony.
Okay.
This is the what you sent me originally, and like at the 12-minute mark is very interesting.
Yeah.
This is like a gigantic haymaker.
Okay.
Yes. A number of ways something can happen. Not terribly complex. It gets more detailed if you get into the math, but that's okay. So many people have said that the origin of life is not possible because life represents a low entropy state or a highly improbable state, and nature doesn't do that. Nature goes from order to disorder. That argument is not complete. And let me explain to you why. Ice. Is ice more ordered or less ordered than water? More ordered, right? So what has more entropy, ice or water? Water has more entropy. There's more ways you can have molecules of water. Yet, do you, and you can answer this in Ontario very easily, is it possible for water to become ice spontaneously? Yes. Yeah, I'm from Florida, so it's not as obvious, if you ask that, but here it's quite obvious. So what happened? Does that mean entropy is messed up? No. The reason water becomes ice is because you've got an attractive force between the oxygen and the hydrogen. So ice represents a lower energy state than water. So what happens is not all configurations of matter are equally probable. That's the key. Before, when I was talking about entropy, I was assuming everything was equally probable, but not everything is equally probable. Let me use an analogy. If I came to you and you didn't know me, and I have two pair of dice, I said, I bet you $1,000 I can roll 1,000 sixes in a row. Who would take me up on that bet? Raise your hand. You would lose. Why? Because the dice are loaded. See? I'm not stupid. Come on, I have a PhD. In the same way, nature wants molecules to go into a state of lower energy. That's where the dice are loaded. But now here's the problem. Life represents a state of very high order, very low entropy. But it also represents a state of very high energy. There's lots of energy in those chemical bonds. That's why we eat food to live. So getting life is kind of like rolling 1,000 die, but the die are loaded against rolling 6, 1 billion to 1. That's the challenge. So there's actually a very serious problem because all natural processes either go to higher entropy or lower energy or both. But nature has to do the exact opposite. Now, if you happen to be a chemist or a physicist or a biologist, what you know is scientists will often combine the entropy and the energy into what's called the free energy. The free energy is the measure of energy that's useful for doing work. That's free energy. Like a battery has lots of free energy because a battery can run your toy or your pointer or whatever. There's lots of energy in the air with molecules bouncing around, but can you use that energy in the air to run your car? No, it's not free energy. There's lots of entropy. So free energy is the amount of energy that's useful for doing work. So all natural processes go from high free energy to low free energy, but life requires nature to take a bunch of chemicals to go from low free energy to high free energy. That is a physical impossibility. In fact, there was a professor, a biophysicist named Harold Morowitz, and he said the probability of some chemical soup on the early Earth absorbing enough heat from the environment to form a cell is roughly 1 chance in 10 to the power of 100 billion. That's like an E. coli cell. That's like a 1 with 100 billion zeros on it. And just to give you some context, the smallest probability that can happen in theory is 1 over a 1 with 150 zeros. If it's more improbable than that, it can't happen. This is 10 billion zeros. Not going to happen. So what happened is people have realized that life cannot form under normal circumstances. When I say normal circumstances, that's like you've got lightning that hits a pond, it stirs up all the chemicals, and then they settle down into some state. You'll never get life like that. But they said, what about if we just add lots of energy? We just shove this thing full of energy. And then maybe what'll happen is if you move it far from equilibrium, you'll then get life. Well, there's some precedent, like if you heat water from below, you're going to get roll patterns. It's sort of order formation. Tornado cloud, it's called self-organization. Maybe you've seen the BZ reaction when you get pattern formation. So the hope was maybe in a system driven far from equilibrium, like sun is just pouring down energy on a pond, or you have a thermal vent, you can get self-ordering life. The problem is what happens in these systems is everything that happens in these systems is the opposite of what you need to get life. So if you've got a high concentration of chemicals, it's going to diffuse and spread out into low concentration. If you've got a homochiral mixture, meaning that you've got, let's say, an amino acid of only one-handedness, because amino acids will have either a left-handed or a right-handed version, only one is useful in life. So if you only have a homochiral mixture, it'll turn into a mixture with both versions. Chemical reactions will go from high free energy to low free energy, but life needs the exact opposite. And most importantly, very large high energy molecules tend to break apart into smaller, lower energy molecules, but life requires small, low energy molecules to form very big energetic molecules like RNA, DNA, and proteins. That's a big problem. So every natural process does the opposite of what's needed to get life. That's why the order in self-organizing systems that are driven far from equilibrium is quite different from the order in life. Oops, sorry about that. That's better. So instead of having these dynamic patterns like a tornado cloud, you need structural order in chemical bonds with molecular machines. While these systems, you get order macroscopically, like a tornado cloud, you have microscopic increases of entropy. With life, you need the opposite. With these far from equilibrium systems, they still go towards lower free energy, but life, you have to go to higher free energy. And what happens is the law of governed order is how you describe a tornado, but with life, you have specified complexity, which means you have very specific arrangements of molecules that transcend the physics and chemistry. In the same way, you can't explain a car by the physics and chemistry of plastic and metal. You can only explain it by the blueprint. It's the same sort of order you see in life. You have blueprints. Yeah, and of course, there's been more sophisticated analyses by people like Jeremy England in MIT. And Jeremy England has talked about what are called fluctuation theorems. And a really interesting story is people said that Jeremy England came up with a new physics theory for life, that somehow physics can explain the origin of life. Who's seen that article? A few of you? The wrong crowd, that's fine. Again, I never trust what you read in the press. I go back to the original literature. When you look at England's equations, it basically disproves all origin of life theories. Because when you actually look at his math, what it shows you is in systems driven far from equilibrium, they tend towards greater entropy. The internal entropy increases, and they tend to give off heat. Well, again, the origin of life requires the opposite. So based on his equations, what happens is the probability of life forming away from equilibrium is just as small as near equilibrium. What that means is the origin of life, trying to argue that life originated through natural processes, is like trying to create a perpetual motion machine or to market alchemy. It's a scientific impossibility.
Atheism.
So the question is, how does life come about?
We can play that later.
Because cells reproduce, right? How does that happen? Well, any of you see the Avengers? Remember when what's his name? Dr. Strange says, one way to defeat Thanos. One way. In the same way, there's only one way to overcome the thermodynamics. How many ways? One way. and that's with information and machines. So let's talk about that. And I'm going to use an analogy. Now, remember, whenever you read Origin of Life researchers, you always hear you just have to add energy and you create order. You hear that all the time. But let's use an analogy. How many of you ever come home and basically your house has been a total mess? Either it's your husband's fault, your kid's fault. Okay. And you think to yourself, I've heard that energy creates order. That's awesome. So you take gasoline, you pour it on your couch, you set your couch on fire. We've got energy. Let's watch my house. Is that going to work? No, it's probably not going to turn out well for your house. So you think, okay, what I need is machinery. I need a robot. Because with a robot, what you can do is it has an engine. And what that engine does is it takes gasoline or electricity or some other form of energy. It converts that energy into mechanical work, right? So you can do work to clean up your house. So let's imagine you buy your robot off eBay or off Amazon or whatever the Canadian version is, and you plug it in, you charge it up, you let it run in your house. Is that going to help your house? Most likely not. What did I forget? What does my robot need? Instructions, information, programming, and then you can clean up your house. So it's the same thing. When you look in a cell, what happens is if you have, let's imagine that you have.
Anyway, so anyone else go watch that for yourselves. It's crazy.
Yeah,
but
that was great.
I think that relatively addresses the question. And hey, we have Antangelo in the house. What's going on?
And Lucas says we're wrong. Lucas
come on in. Right,
we're simply wrong because those equations can work with negative entropy too. I think he missed the first part of the video.
Yeah, he probably did. Antangelo, man, how you doing? Excellent debate with the Atheist Edge yesterday. That was I got some great chuckles out of that one.
Yeah. Aliens. That's where he was going.
For anybody who has not seen the Antangelo's most recent debate over on his new the God channel or the God Talk channel, man, yesterday's was hilarious. That dude thought he had Antangelo so many times. It was written all over his face. You could hear it in his tone of voice, like, I'm about to drop a KO trap on this guy.
Okay, Lucas coming in.
Annihilated him with
Lucas coming in.
Just complete and utter evisceration of, like, the best part was the eye. The eye's just bad design. Then Antangelo, like, just drops the ultimate annihilation of, like, describing the proteins, the, like, 9 different layers of communication that the signal has to go through, how they can't work without each other. And he's just like, well, I was unaware of that. But the best part was when Antangelo interrupted him on, I forget, I think it was on the eye. Yeah, it was still on the eye. And he's like, I need to correct you because, you know, you're talking about the cell. You're too far. And the guy literally tries to accuse Antangelo of not understanding the process because he's talking about the cell. And Antangelo's like, yeah, dude, I'm talking about the protein that's inside the cell, you idiot. He didn't say that, but, and the guy's like, oh, crap. I'm like 20 freaking layers ahead of the game and haven't accounted for the root cause. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. And he tried to, like, do a complete end run and, like, redirect the process or the discussion. It was hilarious. And then 15 minutes, 10 minutes later, he starts accusing Antangelo of gish galloping. Oh man, it was so good.
They love to throw that out.
It was so good. And Antangelo's like, I actually just said multiple layers to my argument. Did you not understand them? And the dude admitted he didn't understand what Antangelo was talking about. It was priceless. I was
That's awesome. Well, congratulations on that, Antangelo. I wish I had a good debate yesterday.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're coming through. What's up, man?
Okay. It was fun. I like Jim. I had another episode with him when they banned me at the Atheist Experience and Talk Heathens. He invited me to have a chat. That was the first experience. And he's a nice guy. I mean, I like him, you know. Even
he may be a nice guy, but he definitely thought he thought he was going to embarrass you, Antangelo. There's no doubt about it.
Well, the motivation of all atheists is to embrace us. That's general.
True.
that's general. They want to beat us with arguments, and if
they
we are not
can't, though.
prepared, then of course they will achieve that.
Yeah, it was pretty bad though, man. I was driving, listening, and just I normally when I'm listening to debates, I'm just being observant, just listening to it and chilling and whatnot. I'm telling you, man, when I was listening to that, I was like shouting in my car. I'm just like, oh, got him. And I was like, I'm holding my phone, like watching it, because after a while, like I started, like I could hear his snarkiness in his tone of voice, and I'm like, oh man, I gotta see this. And sure enough, he's got these little smirk.
That pissed me off.
He's got a little smirk on his face.
Sorry.
As he's reading, I can see he's getting ready to read off of some document he's got. That standard atheist talking point somebody emailed him, and probably got it from Matt Dillahunty's dumbass. Anyway, and he's like, "Oh, I got a little coming," and then on Tangelo, well, I would have to disagree, and let me tell you why you're wrong. And then, download, dude. I think you're gish galloping. Let's move on.
Yeah, and the difference is he's actually explaining like the one point in enough detail to prove it instead of just like making a claim and being like, now believe my claim. But if he's going to actually explain it and prove it, then suddenly, well, I couldn't follow that, so I'm going to accuse it of being a gish gallop.
Speaking of that, you guys talk. I've got to find a clip of that of on Tangelo yesterday. We got to play that just for you guys talk. I'm going to go find that real quick.
Okay.
I bounced in. I'm sorry, John. I didn't know I had a hot mic when I came in. Apologize, bud.
You're good, man. Don't worry about it.
I heard the hounds in the background. I figure, oh, he's out hunting or something. What's he doing?
Man, I've got some area to hunt if I wanted to, for sure.
I bet you do. You got the accent for it.
Yeah, I'm definitely from the South. Born and raised. And then when I did move out of where I was born, I moved further south. So
you went further in. That's awesome.
But no, yesterday and that he did. It cracked me up when he tried to get you on Tangelo to concede to basically theistic evolution. You remember that?
Yeah, he said that eventually God could have kickstarted everything, and then I said, well, I mean, that is what theistic evolutionists believe, that God kickstarted everything and then let it roll, and some say that God would be a more powerful and more capable God if he would be able just to put the basic elements on the earth, and then everything would self-organize without any intervention whatsoever of him. I mean, there are so many crazy propositions out there.
Well, he went to the alien argument on Tangelo, and then you said, let's get back to the real world.
Yeah. I mean,
well, he just said that you'd have more credibility, like Hugh Ross, and I never mind. I don't want to get into a younger old Earth, but you had plenty of credibility in the argument with your arguments. He just didn't want to take the time to even recognize them.
Well, you had the facts, Tangelo.
Yeah, Hugh Ross is a specialist in fine-tuning, and I very much respect him for the knowledge that he has in that field. So I don't know anyone else that has such a great understanding of all the fine-tuned parameters, even if he is an old earther. I mean, but that point has to be really appreciated, and we have a lot to learn from him.
Oh, no, Hugh Ross is definitely the premier expert in his field for sure.
Yeah.
Did you see his debate? He had a debate yesterday on aliens. Did anybody catch that?
Yeah, I followed a little bit. It's interesting that Tom Jump is very respectful with him. When you see the debate with Russ, the second one, then he is very, very nice, kinded. But with me, he was extremely disrespectful, and people even accused me that I wasn't more energetic and didn't impose myself more towards him.
No, I didn't see that. No, I didn't want that at all when I was watching it.
Yeah, and I mean, he makes so many stupid claims. Tom Jump is, in my understanding, one of the worst debaters of the whole bunch of these atheists out there. I mean, he's terrible.
Oh, something we agree with.
And he is a guy which you can present the evidence, and he is simply doesn't understand or doesn't recognize it. And I have put constantly material of mine at his timeline, and he doesn't get it. I mean, he's blinded by his wishful thinking, and that's his problem.
Call that an idiot where we come from.
Yeah.
I have to admit,
Name,
though, he was pretty.
Debate, after my debate, he name called me an idiot many, many times, and I showed to him that he came up with such a stupid argument. He said that the RNA on clay was proven, and therefore we can use inductive reasoning, which means that if you have proof of one thing, then we can explain abiogenesis. Wow. And they said, hey, are you crazy? There are so many different problems in regards of abiogenesis. The information problem is one. Each protein has a different set of problems which have to be explained. The energy problem is another one. There are so many different problems, and that requires an integrated field of several science fields in order to explain the origin of life. And he thinks just if you explain RNA on clay, you explain abiogenesis. Hey, that's very stupid.
But the RNA on clay actually doesn't form under prebiotic conditions on Tangelo. I went over that.
And that's what I explained to him. I showed him the paper from Shapiro, where he says that they use just purified monolith material, which isn't existent on Earth, where the materials are all mixed over. And then he started to name call me.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, Dr. Rana also, did he not lay out the distilled water? You know what I mean? That would have to basically have a distillery.
Water. You'd have to have a natural distillery on Earth, yeah.
Do you know, guys, that
he was firm about that.
Kurt Smith, he wrote the book in the 80s, about 40 years ago, and he pointed out that one of the reactions requires 94 different chemical reactions to have the step or to make RNA. Just one of those.
Yep.
And it has to be the right chemical reactions, not just any of them. So, hey, making RNA is one of the very huge abiogenesis problems. We are not talking about polymerization by clay. We are not talking about the information problem. Just to make RNA, that's a huge problem.
Well, they want to sidestep the cell, and that's ignorance.
They're still at the mud and lightning stage. They haven't got past that.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, but we made a few amino acids in 1953. Duh.
I love how worked up Tony gets over it because he knows how ridiculous it is.
I mean, it's just I'm gonna blast him tonight if he agrees. He's gonna.
Okay.
Hey guys,
Oh,
I have finally found what I was looking for, and prepare for entertainment value from the Atheist Edge and getting schooled by Ontangelo, our good friend, on the eye. It is epic.
Could be found in a certain specific location, and they tried 6 times before they finally found 6 different expeditions to, I think it was Canada, and they finally, after 6 or maybe 7 tries, found exactly what they were. So it was completely predictable, and it looked more or less exactly like they had thought it was going to, as they predicted. And this was the lobe fin. So what I'm saying, which leads me to my next question, is if there can be from fin to lobe fin to legs, couldn't there be from? And I'm sure you've heard of this too. And here's my second question: the Dover, Pennsylvania trial. There's like 2 documentaries on it, and the arguments for and against the evolution of the eye and the wing that you just previously discussed. The intermediary benefits. Do you concede that there are intermediary benefits between a light-sensitive cell to a fully functioning eye, or a growth under the arm that can allow you to glide all the way to a fully functional wing?
Well, first of all, Jim, I did write an article for Evolution News of the Discovery Institute, exactly in regards of the evolution of the eye. And I think when they start their narrative in regards of evolution of the eye, they start with an eye spot. That is the first step, and from there they show a gradual evolutionary development of the eye. And I took the eye spot and then started to investigate the complexity of the eye spot itself. And the eye spot is an extremely complex structure, which needs over 700. It needs over 740 proteins. Now, the main protein which actually receives light is rhodopsin. And rhodopsin is a protein which is constituted by opsin and by retinal. These are two separate parts, and they work in a joint venture together. And they must the retinal must be very precisely put inside of the pocket of the opsin. And if it is not of the exact correct size, then the rhodopsin molecule doesn't work. It doesn't make a conformational change, which then gives a signal transduction to actually give a signal, which then is sent either to the flagella if it's a eye spot, or to the brain if it is a more complex organism. So the problem starts right there. And the problem is really enormous, because rhodopsin is an extremely complex protein, which is made of 7 transmembrane helices, and they are of a very, very precise narrow order. And if that is not correct, then it doesn't work. So I am giving you just an overview in regards of that problem. But this is also an example of irreducible complexity, where if you don't have either retinal or opsin, you don't have eyesight. You are unable, the protein is unable to capture photons and transmit them and give a signal.
3 things. You're not gish galloping as bad as you were before, but you're still doing it. I'm just messing with you. So you started at eye spot, which I agree with you, and I can see that is very complex structure. But you started too late. There are that's not the starting point of the eye. We can go back even further. Now, the first question. Well, I'm just going to hit you with all 3, and you can respond to whichever one you want. If we go back further than the eye spot to a light-sensitive single cell on a body, something that can just pick up light, A, would it benefit that organism? B, could it have happened through any type of mutation, environmental, UV radiation? You know how mutation is the engine that drives evolution. So could it have been? Could a single light-sensitive spot been received through mutation? And I'll point out also that the scientists say that the eye itself, the eye organ, has independently evolved 16 times at least on this planet. And the fact that they can show this, that it's independent evolution, it didn't rely on the other 15.
Quick sidebar. Can you? Quick sidebar.
That's perfect. That was proof of my case of the convergent evolution. What an idiot!
No, hang on. This is about to get better. I'm just pausing momentarily for a quick aside. Did you guys notice on Tangelo barely being able to contain his smirk? Idiot. Tells him how he's wrong. Okay, let's continue.
That being able to pick up the electromagnetic spectrum between violet to red. I don't know how it goes, but you're picking up what we consider visible light. There is that adaptation is beneficial. So okay, I'm rambling. So you said the eye spot. I'm saying you started too late. Let's go back to a light sensitive cell. The eye itself has evolved at least 16 times on Earth. And the second thing is, one more thing. I'm sorry. If you're going to gish gallop, I'm going to gish gallop. If you hit me with one thing, I'll hit you with one thing. Now, like a guy like you, Ross. All right, go ahead.
Just let me correct you, please. The single cell is already far more complex than the eye spot. The eye spot is actually a part of even a single cell. Like Chlamydomonas is an algae which has an eye spot. Okay, so but the core protein of the eye spot is the rhodopsin. That is actually the protein which captures the light. Okay,
I understand now.
I am starting at the very basic, at the bottom of everything, which is rhodopsin. That is the core protein, which requires an explanation how it came to be.
Okay, I stand corrected. The majority of evolutionary biologists say that the eye has independently formed at least 16 times. What would you say to that? How could they be so specific about that?
Well, this is storytelling, because they make comparisons. That, for example, the octopus eye and the human eye has almost the same architecture, and then say, "Oh, it did evolve independently."
Okay, so
John.
Yes.
Since Luca is here, he's been asking me about the RNA we're all forming on clay. And Tangelo, can you explain the problems to Luca?
No, I'm here to talk about entropy and Gibbs free energy formula. Maybe it's a topic that I know quite. I don't say a lot, but I work with that.
Okay, I can give you an answer to that if you want, Luca. Okay. Just give me a second, and I will read you a quote, which will explain to you the problem of that.
Well, while you're looking it up, Antangelo,
Go ahead
and make your position on Luca. Go ahead and say what you want to say. You say you work in negative entropy, so go ahead and present your case as to why.
The formula showed on screen the Gibbs free formula, free energy formula. Sorry, it can work with the negative entropy too. So you can have that reverse. You can actually have reaction with negative entropy. It happens all the time, so it's not so impossible to have. Until you do not have an isolated system, you can have negative entropy reaction. So
I have a question.
Yes.
Can you have a series of these negative entropy reactions that continually stack on each other into increasing complex systems of information and mechanical manufacturing?
On information, it's quite a loaded question for me. But yes, you can have those reaction to stack until you do not have an isolated system. The second law of the thermodynamics do not apply, so you can have a negative entropy, and it's quite easy to have that.
Oh yeah, Luca, I didn't mean theoretically, but I meant like the idea of negative entropy happening so often and so perfectly and in such a way as to make things like the genetic code and to result in that. Because in reality, that's a chemical impossibility. But you're
I can give you an example of negative entropy. Okay, pick up a glass of seawater and leave it under the sun. What will happen to that?
It will evaporate.
It's not even a reaction, but
that's a change of state.
Yes, but still, what will happen to that glass of water?
I mean, it's a reduction in entropy.
Yeah. Why?
Well, because the potential states or potential formation of the or combinations has increased when it's in the liquid state versus the solid state. But that argument that you're making does not have application to the abiogenesis problem. And by the way, there's actually been papers on this rabbit hole you're going down with water and its change of
that's
state. It does not. There's literally been discussions about this whole thing about this exact example of how it doesn't apply in the abiogenesis problem.
Right. And Luke, I did want to ask you about the RNA world because you've been emailing me on that.
No, sorry, I did not until now. I was telling you that on the chat. I was quite busy in these days. Even now, I'm here waiting for a call. Sorry, but okay, glass of water is just an example, but you can have negative entropy. It's quite common to have that. Until you do not have an isolated system, you can have negative entropy.
Yeah, but
it's not that
the source of
impossible.
But it's not the source of being able to form the beginning of life, nor is it a potential source of propelling life to increasing complexity. Those are just completely false. You're using an extremely vague hypothetical to just deny reality, but the facts of what chemistry do and the facts of what information does, and the facts of what's required mechanically, physically, and the entire combination of everything for increased complexity.
Can I just say something?
Impossibilities.
Wasn't the opening of the video with that gentleman, that doctor, an example of negative entropy to say how?
I did not say that. I hop on later on with the Gibbs free energy formula.
Well, because you were giving the example of a water and salt water. He gave the example of ice and water. It kind of sounds like the exact same example. It sounds like you're both giving an example of negative entropy, and that doctor just explained.
I don't think it's the same.
Okay, so in the context of life, you have to have both order and low entropy. I forget whatever it is. But the natural state is going to be to go in the opposite direction, and it can do one or the other or both, but it can't be. It can't maintain the natural outcome is not to maintain the high energy and high order
until you do not have.
You can have one or the other, or they can both degrade, but you're not going to have you're not going to go in both sides of the equation. You're not going to go up on both. You can go from S to T or T to Z or whatever it is. I forget the exact. I'll have to look it up again. But
well, Luca, what do you think the most plausible environment is that's going to lead to life? Why don't you just tell us that?
I mean, the most plausible.
Yeah.
Quite hard to say that. I do not know. I think that it need to be somewhat confined space.
Microenvironment, we know.
Okay, like the.
But RNA world or protocells?
Yeah.
What would
sorry?
Protocells or RNA world?
Maybe both. You cannot rule out one or another.
Okay, but RNA.
What flavor of pudding cup?
Tony,
I just want to know what he's got for the.
We want to know what flavor of pudding cup.
Hang on.
All right, go ahead.
We're gonna let Antangelo respond. I know he's looking up some stuff, but I'm going. Here's.
I know, but I don't want to get into all the hypothetical environments. I just want to know what's actually going to lead to life.
Negative entropy simply means there is a decrease in disorder, rather an increase in order of a system.
Entropy is not order or disorder.
I understand.
Well, it can be, Luca. I tried to explain the mathematics behind it. I have a video link for you on that too. Yeah, so let me put that in the chat for you, in the live chat for you on YouTube.
Well, Luca, since you're here, I want to ask you about the RNA world. You've emailed me several times on it. So since you're here, we've got on Tangelo. He will tell you that the conditions on the RNA forming on clay does not work under prebiotic conditions. They're using purified reagents, purified molybdate. None of this stuff is available on the early Earth.
Well, that is just to polymerize RNA to have a strand of RNA, but that doesn't even address the problem of getting the RNA molecules, and that is a huge problem. I have collected all these problems, what is involved. I will give you the link. You can look it up, and you will realize that this is in the realm of the impossible.
I already have that link. I did not read all of the text. I was quite busy in these days, I admit that. But my point was not on abiogenesis at large. What I'm saying is that entropy, it's not a problem for that. You can have a lot of other problems. It's not an easy topic, abiogenesis, and I can give you that. But you can have negative entropy and an increase of, let's say, complexity in the compounds. Okay, it's not
an increase of order. It's an increase of order. That's what they covered at the beginning of the video.
Yes,
Luca, and that's
but
what you
until
missed.
You do not have an isolated system, it can happen. It's not that hard to have. And I can.
It's not. Listen, look. It's not that you can't. that you can't obtain negative entropy. It's that there has to be a controlled mechanism for the harnessing of it in the context of what we observe in life. That is the entire point, is that you must have, without ATP synthase, are you going to have the ability for an increase in order?
Well, let me explain to you first this, John. First of all, you can have ATP through fermentation, which is done through glycolysis, which is a much slower process, but it also generates ATP. Bacteria eventually can get energy through glycolysis and fermentation. That is eventually possible. But most of abiogenesis researchers, they say that ATP synthase is actually required for the first living organisms. And I can show that.
For the first living organism, the last universal common source.
Well, they make a distinction between the first and the last. But
yes, it's what I am asking.
Yes, but whatever they suppose earlier of the last universal common ancestor, like a progenot, there is really no consensus about what kind of organism that would be. I have also material on that. So they are now basically come to a consensus that ATP synthase actually would be required. But John made a very important observation, I think, that is, you cannot have just energy. You need to have the energy funneled to the reaction site of each protein, and that just works through ATP. And there are, for example, in ribonucleotide reductase, which transforms RNA to DNA, they have two distinct proteins which are just involved in the recharging of ADP to get ATP and then funneling it to the main reaction of the RNR enzyme. So cells can use proteins just for energy production and then transmitting it to the protein in a specific manner at the reaction center where the energy is required. So we are talking about a very, very precise specificity which has to exist actually to drive all the enzymes and proteins of the first self-replicating living organism. So you cannot just say, oh, we have found a way to have negative entropy, that solves the problem. You're far from solving the problem. You first need to have ATP, which is a huge problem. It's not solved. You have to need the machinery to recharge ADP, to have ATP all the time, to have the enzymes going. And there is no explanation how that could have occurred on early Earth. And especially you need these enzymes coming to exist prior that they start to operate. And there were no genome information, there were no amino acids, there were no phospholipids, there were no carbohydrates. You didn't have all these life essential building blocks there to actually even start the process.
Right, and guys, I want to make a quick interjection here from a paper I just pulled up here. Okay. Hypotheses about events occurring on an evolutionary timescale are difficult to test, but clues abound, both in many different primitive electron transport chains that survived in some present-day bacteria. Let's see. Apparently, an effective method for synthesizing ATP arose early in evolution and has since been conserved with only small variations. So basically, what they are claiming is that what we see in the ATP synthase process in modern right now is basically the exact same as it was originally. So
in the paper was telling you quite early. So what kind of time scale we are talking about?
Let's see, 3.5 to 10 to the 9th.
What?
So was that 3? I mean, it's okay. They're literally stating. I'm not gonna do the explainer real quick. Right? It's literally stating that it is apparently an effective method for synthesizing ATP arose.
I'm sure about it.
Early in evolution and has since been conserved with only small variation. So conserved in evolutionary vocabulary means it's been the exact same in perpetuity forever.
No, I was telling you was quite early. So what kind of time span we are talking about in years, I think, or million of years? I don't know. You have the paper. So
Okay,
tell me.
the earliest cells. This is literally the title. The earliest cells probably produced ATP by fermentation. That's what they're saying right there.
Okay.
So you had to have this. Like, there's no way around this. I mean, there can see, and let's get real. 3.5, 10 to the 9th. Let's see, what 10 to the 9th is that billions? That'd be 3.5 billion years ago.
Okay. So we have a billion year to life to evolve.
No, because they have they say that life, the first form, the first cells originated no more than 200 million years, or sorry, no more than 500 million years after the Earth cooled, per the evolutionary.
Okay, so half billion year.
So basically, what it boils down
to, quite.
You are desperate to try and explain how stunningly complicated things that have we can't even recreate ourselves now when we know how it works. Just popped into existence. That's what this all boils down to. Angela, you interrupted.
Excuse me, John?
I said, go ahead, man. You guys go ahead. I interrupted.
Yes, I just linked here on the private chat and also for the public, structural biochemistry, the evolution of membranes, F and AV type ATPases, ATP synthase, are membrane-embedded proteins and were feasibly present in the last universal common ancestor due to their omnipresence in modern cellular life.
Okay. Abstract background. Okay, I have the paper. It's only that. Okay.
And the other problem is that ATP synthase is irreducibly complex itself, and that it needs a protogradient. And if you don't have the protogradients, how do you drive the turbine?
I don't know.
Folks, while we're discussing this, just for fun and for the audience who has not seen this thing before, we're going to watch a video on ATP synthase. And I want you guys to look at this animation and come to the conclusion as you learn how this fundamental requirement for life, if that doesn't A, directly require engineering, B, require intelligence to recreate, and C, makes you a freaking idiot to think it somehow popped into existence in an undirected process. Oh man, it just blows my mind how people actually continue to try and convince themselves that what you're about to observe, happened through undirected process. It blows my mind. I don't know how people convince themselves of this other than to live in fantasy land and avoid the obvious requirement and accountability to the Almighty.
Would the atheists hate us so much if we started like promoting aliens like as the source of life? Like, should we start trolling them with that? Just telling them, oh, we've all converted and now we believe it's aliens and they can't use the Bible against us anymore. Can we troll them? Can we just troll them for a little while with that?
All right, here we go, folks.
We are looking at the turning gamma subunit.
This is from Harvard, folks.
Subunits. And there's the C ring in the membrane. The F1 complex is outside of the membrane, while the F0 complex is embedded in the membrane. There's the stalk, including the delta and the B subunit. The alpha subunits are shown in light pink. The beta subunits are magenta. In the middle, the central stalk is rotating. The B subunit stabilizes the hexamer, which means that the hexamer can't rotate. We will now look at a rendering of known structural states and the conformational changes that are happening. The beta subunits are seen as a ribbon diagram. The ADP and inorganic phosphate diffuse into the active site, and the ATP has just been released. And simultaneously, the conformational change occurs in the beta subunit. If we zoom into the active site, we can see the molecular structure of the substrates and the chemical reaction. Here is ADP with its two phosphates. They are all held in place by a network of hydrogen bonds, mediated by the amino acids in the folded structure of the beta subunit. Hydrogen bonds stabilize the base and the sugar, but really primarily the base. There's also a magnesium ion that plays a critical role in not just stabilizing, but also neutralizing the charge of the phosphates. Notice the conformational changes that are happening when the inorganic phosphate comes in. There is the promotion of a planar transition state. Synthesis of a new phosphodiester bond is catalyzed, and then the subunit switches to the open conformation. Upon this reconfiguration in the beta subunit, ATP is ejected from the active site. The enzyme then resets and restarts the synthesis of another ATP molecule. This is a summary of the events at the active site. It is also intriguing just how the C ring rotates. We can start with the analogy of a water wheel. We can easily grasp the idea of how a water wheel rotates. It's driven by the flow of water, allowing the wooden fins to go in a particular direction. Thus, the rotation happens in a specific direction. If the water was to flow in the opposite direction, you would see rotation of the water wheel in the opposite direction. Here we see the C ring and the A subunit. We don't know the full structure of the A subunit, but we know that there's an access channel for protons on the A subunit right in the intermembrane space. And there's a separate egress channel for protons on the matrix side. In this animation, you see protons flowing out from an interface between the C ring and the A subunit. But what drives the specific direction of this rotation? For example, if we were looking down, it is always a counterclockwise rotation. Why and what drives that? On each of the C subunits within the C ring, there is a proton binding site. Notice the high concentration of protons on the intermembrane side and their flow to the lower concentration on the matrix side. Protons load from the highly concentrated intermembrane side onto the C subunits, and they are released on the matrix side where the concentration of the protons is low. But why can't protons go around the other way as well? In principle, just as in the water wheel analogy, the C ring should be able to rotate in either direction, shouldn't it? There are two interconnected reasons for this unidirectional movement. The amino acid side chains in C subunits would repel the bound proton, so that when a proton loads from the intermembrane side, the C ring cannot rotate back in the opposite direction because it is energetically unfavorable. Rotating counterclockwise, on the other hand, is energetically favorable because there are no repulsive interactions. Remember, there's a concentration gradient that favors binding of protons on the intermembrane side and the release of protons on the matrix side. So in summary, the proton gradient determines the direction of the rotation, favoring movement in the counterclockwise direction of the C ring. This avoids unfavorable interactions with the amino acid side chains of the C ring.
Yeah, so that's not engineering in for everybody.
It's impossible engineering. We couldn't do that.
No, we can't even come close. I mean, that's why I say anybody who wants to continue down the rabbit hole of like, oh, well, maybe some like slightly less complicated version came into existence by itself. Like, get out of here, man.
To think that that came into existence by itself is absolutely absurd.
Just stop living in Fantasyland. I mean, if you honestly, anybody who honestly thinks that, and that's just one of the innumerable number of stupidly complicated engineering feats that enable life to exist.
Sorry, evolution, you lose.
The problem is that ATP synthase is irreducibly complex. I am putting it here on the chat so you guys can have a look. And I am putting also the science papers which confirm, and they say why each of the parts are essential. Okay, so, and you cannot explain ATP synthase by evolution because it is a life essential protein. So how did it come to be? By chance? That's why I always ask atheists, can machines and factories emerge by chance, by unguided random events? And of course they will say, well, of course no. And then I say, well, the cell is a factory full of machines. Then they say, oh, but it's not human-made factories don't self-replicate. And then I say, hey, but self-replication is the epitome of complexity of factory production. We don't come even close to have a fully robot-like and autonomous self-replicating factory. That's far beyond of technology that we are able to reproduce.
I'm reading the paper. Okay, it's quite an old one. The last paper you gave us, or the second last. I see there is another. The one with the ion channel is from 21 years ago. Correct?
Well, it doesn't matter. These papers, they confirm that each of at least 5 parts of ATP synthase is essential for the function of the machine. I can read it to you.
For sure.
For example, the first one, the electrostatic interaction of these rotor and stator charges is essential for torque generation. Then the second one, the central stalk, the torsional elasticity of the central stalk and the bending and stretching elasticity of the peripheral stalk create an elastic coupling between FO and F1. It is essential. Then the third, the AD rotor subunit adapter, it is not used in all ATP synthase motors and can therefore be reduced. Let's suppose that one is not essential, but then the fourth, the rotor ring, the turbine, a ring of 8 to 15 identical C subunits is essential for ion translocation by the rotary electromotor of the ubiquitous FOF1 ATPase. Then the fifth one, the ion channel forming subunit, the channel is essential for the operation of the enzyme. Then the sixth, the peripheral stalk. The peripheral stalk of F-ATPases is an essential component of these enzymes. So you have here at least 5 parts. I think there are more, but at least 5 which are confirmed by science peer-reviewed papers that these parts are essential for the functioning of ATP synthase. So the question is, how did this enzyme come to emerge by random chance? Because there was no evolution to make ATP synthase. And that is an irreducibly complex nanoturbine.
Okay. What's the hypothesis about that in science? In 20 plus years, there is no hypothesis right now. Sorry if I ask you, but it's not my field of study, so it's quite hard to give an answer in like that.
Okay, I will read to you my comment on this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
If the substrates like crude oil required to make gasoline are not provided at the correct refinery place at the oil industrial plant, the refinery process cannot happen. Same happens inside the cell. In order for mitochondria to function, shuttling of ADP, ATP, phosphates, and other substrates is essential. That process does not catch much attention, but it's actually life essential for eukaryotic cells to function. We need the right charge of ADP and ATP, the electrochemical gradient inside the inner membrane, the ADP-ATP carrier proteins that drive the substrates around, and carrier proteins that shuttle the phosphate that is required along with ADP and ATP synthesis to the right place at ATP synthase motors, ready to be used, to be added to ADP to make ATP. That seems an ingeniously precise, orchestrated process requiring several indispensable parts. ATP synthase is a prime example of intelligent design and should be able to convince even the most skeptic that intelligent design is the best explanation for its origin.
My question was quite different. There is some hypothesis in the secular literature on that, and because the paper is quite old, so in 20 plus years you can discover a lot. First question. Second one, the part you was reading, okay, was about eukaryotes. Sorry, I can not pronounce that very well. It was not about prokaryotes, or I'm.
All right, you're talking about eukaryotes, Luca?
Yes, eukaryotes. Yes.
Okay, shall I give you one hypothesis of how ATP synthase evolved? I can give it to you.
Okay, can you explain me what kind of hypotheses are putting forward on that?
Not me. I don't.
Okay, sorry.
I don't, but recently I had a debate with Aaron Ra, which is a very well-known atheist in America.
Yes, but it's not his field.
No, it's not his field. But what he claimed is actually what secular science papers claim. And they say that ATP synthase is an evolution of helicase.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, that raises the question. First of all, how would that transition from helicase to ATP synthase have happened? And secondly, both are actually life essential. Helicase is life essential because it needs to unwind DNA, and ATP synthase is life essential to produce energy. So these two proteins are part of the essential proteome to have a first self-replicating living cell. And the huge problem is if you claim that these proteins emerged on prebiotic Earth without the ribosome and without the modern production, which we know of in modern cells, then how did that happen? By unenzymatic addition of one amino acid to the other by random forces on the prebiotic Earth, and then in the right sequence, and you need over 500,000 amino acids to have at least a minimal proteome, and these have to be lined up in the right sequence, and then you have to have a right setup of proteins, a minimal setup, but you have still no life. You have just loose proteins which you have to join together to work together and form metabolic pathways. And this is a far-fetched of random occurrences being able to come up with that kind of complexity. We are talking here about making molecular machines and molecular self-replicating factories in a literal sense.
Well, I can tell you that I've seen in the lab quite some incredible things done by compounds, organic one and inorganic one alike. So I'm not so impressed by that, but it's not my field, so I cannot explain to you how. Yes.
Let me interrupt you. What you're saying now honestly makes me angry. Because what you claim is that such kind of complexity can somehow emerge by chance. And to be very, very frank with you, this is just a stupid assertion.
Why?
Because
Angelo, let's just play a video and we'll address why it's a stupid assertion. hang on one second here, and let's just.
You know, Luca, this is why I won't sit with you for 2 hours when you wanted a debate and you emailed me 3 times. This is why I don't want to talk to you for 2 hours, because you don't have any solutions. It's a complete and total waste of time. You talk in circles. You don't want to learn anything. So what do you want to talk about, dude? And stop emailing me if you don't want to listen.
I'm not emailing you from a very long
wasting time.
All right, hang on, guys. Hang on. Let's calm down. All right, so we're just gonna the helicase, for those who don't know, is the protein that literally unwraps at around 10,000 RPMs the DNA double helix and enables transcription and DNA replication. So let's just go ahead and look at what's actually occurring and allow the audience to just come to their own freaking conclusion of whether or not this is a machine that is not just going to pop into existence without an intelligent agent. Oh, and by the way, the helicase is it's actually 4 different proteins that fit together perfectly, or 4 different copies of the protein that fit together perfectly, and it's just over 1,000 amino acids long. So let's go ahead and press play.
Both strands of double helix activate the formation of new DNA.
So that blue molecule in the middle there, it's going through, that's the
Copying occurs
helicase.
at a localized region called the replication fork. It's a wand-shaped structure where new DNA strands are synthesized by a multi-enzyme complex. DNA to be copied enters the complex from the left. One new strand is leaving at the top of frame, and the other strand is leaving at the bottom. The first step in DNA replication is the separation of the 2 strands by an enzyme called helicase. This spins the incoming DNA to unravel it at 10,000 RPM in the case of bacterial systems. The separated strands are called 3' and 5', distinguished by the direction in which their component nucleotides join up. The 3' DNA strand, also known as the leading strand, is diverted to a DNA polymerase and is used as a continuous template for the synthesis of the first daughter DNA helix. The other half of the DNA double helix, known as the lagging strand, has the opposite 3' to 5' orientation and consequently requires a more complicated copying mechanism. As it emerges from the helicase, the lagging strand is organized into sections called Okazaki fragments. These are then presented to a second DNA polymerase enzyme in the preferred 5' to 3' orientation. These sections are then effectively synthesized backwards. When the copying is complete, the finished section is released and the next loop is drawn back for replication. Intricate as this mechanism appears, numerous components have been deliberately left out to avoid complete confusion. The exposed strands of single DNA are covered by protective binding proteins.
Okay, now before I push play again, I want everybody to recognize, did you hear what she just said?
Yes.
It was that they are not showing all of the components. They're only showing some of the things that are required for this, what you're observing to occur.
And in some systems, multiple Okazaki fragments may be present.
Okay, so that's just yeah, folks, the helicase protein that's specific to the transcription process and the DNA copying process just happened to metamorphosize into ATP synthase, C-ring, and components that are needed for energy production. Oh, by the way, the helicase, Luca, it requires ATP for the rotation to occur. It requires ATP. It literally has multiple points in the structure of the protein where the ATP comes in to allow it to rotate. So, are you saying that how was it spinning before ATP synthase came into play?
It was not.
So, how was the DNA being replicated?
Good question, and I cannot answer.
So Luca, Luca, I would like to make a very basic question, and it is from my factory maker argument. When you see a blueprint or instructional or prescriptive information which directs the making of complex machines, machine production lines, and factories for a purpose and specific goals. When you see the blueprints and the machine made thereof based on the blueprint, and someone comes to you and asks you, Luca, what do you think? Are these machines and the factory rather a product of intelligent design or rather a product of self-assembly by random unguided forces? What do you think is the better explanation and answer to that question?
On that situation, it's a designer, but I fail to see a designer here.
There is no but. If you say that for man-made machines and factories, the best explanation is a designer, and we have an analogous factory and machines on a molecular level where we actually didn't see the designer making them, but they are analogous to man-made machines and factories, then the most rational explanation is that probably the molecular machines and factory also required intelligence to make them, even if we have not seen the making process.
But you need to show.
But look, I'm finished with you. There is no but with you. I have no argument anymore with you. And if you cannot recognize this, then in my understanding, whatever I have still to talk to you is a waste of time.
Yeah.
You're wasting everybody's time.
Wasting time. Exactly.
And since I've been showing videos on this stream, I'm going to continue for a second because this is something that all of us have heard ad nauseum, especially from the RJ Downards and Jackson Wheats, etc., about how what I'm about to show is an example, supposedly from their perspective, of evolution, and that is RNA splicing, and that somehow this is not indicative of a design requirement. When you're talking about variable outcome potential of a DNA sequence, but more specifically, hey, we're going to remove the introns and then reconnect everything to have the appropriate sequence needed for the protein to be formed. And if we have any mess ups, then we're going to have a frame shift reading error, and then nothing will happen at all. So it has to be perfectly reassembled in order to have protein synthesis actually be possible. So let's check out RNA splicing, folks. And the next time you hear an atheist talk about this somehow being evidence against design, just tell them to shut up because they're idiots.
As DNA is transcribed into RNA, it needs to be edited to remove non-coding regions or introns shown in green. This editing process is called splicing, which involves removing the introns, leaving only the yellow protein coding regions called exons.
Amazing.
RNA splicing begins with assembly of helper proteins at the intron-exon borders. These splicing factors act as beacons to guide small nuclear viboproteins to form
Diet Coke?
a machine called the spliceosome. The animation is showing this happening in real time. The spliceosome then brings the exons on either side of the intron very close together, ready to be cut. One end of the intron is cut and folded back on itself to join and form a loop. The spliceosome then cuts the RNA to release the loop and join the two exons together.
This in itself is supernatural.
And that's not Diet Coke, that's regular Coke, Smokey.
Disassembles. This process is repeated for every intron in the RNA. Numerous spliceosomes, shown here in purple, assemble along the RNA. Each spliceosome removes one intron, releasing the loop before disassembling. In this example, 3 introns are removed from the RNA to leave the complete instructions for a protein.
Okay, so the
That's
reason
beautiful.
It's amazing, and part of the reason I wanted to show that was I get so annoyed listening to these people talk about how that is not evidence in favor of design. I mean, okay, it's just chemical reactions. Yes, there are chemical reactions in play here, but they're being executed via hyper complex three-dimensional protein nanomachines.
Well, I don't understand the question.
I mean,
this is happening billions of times in billions of a second.
It reaches levels. It reaches levels of stupidity that make no sense. And this, and for those of you here earlier, when I talked about I played the video from Richard Dawkins, and he was talking about, oh wow, the mRNA, it's like a computer tape, and it goes through the ribosome, and it's being read. You know what, folks? Let's just observe that.
Oh, like Leo? Like Leo? Oh, still not evidence for design.
From the DNA out of the nucleus to a ribosome for production of the particular protein that this gene codes for. There can be several million ribosomes in a typical eukaryotic cell. These complex catalytic machines use the mRNA copy of the genetic information to assemble amino acid building blocks into the three-dimensional proteins that are essential for life. Let's see how it works. The ribosome is composed of one large and one small subunit that assemble around the messenger RNA, which then passes through the ribosome like a computer tape. The amino acid building blocks, that's the small glowing red molecules, are carried into the ribosome attached to specific transfer RNAs. That's the larger green molecules, also referred to as tRNA. The small subunit of the ribosome positions the mRNA so that it can be read in groups of 3 letters known as a codon. Each codon on the mRNA matches a corresponding anticodon on the base of a...
And by the way, guys, they have the other half of the large complex removed so you can like see the tRNAs going through. There's actually another piece that's on top of all this. And ironically, the entry point for the tRNAs is literally a asymmetrical like design structure, like opening structure that is specific to the size and the angle and the shape of the tRNA.
Nope, no, it isn't. No evidence of design. Nope, no, no, it's not.
You got destroyed, Maddox.
You got wrecked.
In your dreams.
Dumb.
Who can do this?
As the mRNA is ratcheted through the ribosome, the mRNA sequence is translated into an amino acid sequence.
It's not a sequence. It's not a code.
Listen, guys. Listen.
The A site, the P site.
I love Tony when he gets in that mode.
The addition of each amino acid is a 3-step cycle. First, the tRNA enters the ribosome at the A site and is tested for a codon-anticodon match with the mRNA. Next, provided there is a correct match, the tRNA is shifted to the P site, and the amino acid it carries is added to the end of the amino acid chain. The mRNA is also ratcheted on 3 nucleotides or 1 codon. Thirdly, the spent tRNA is moved to the E site and then ejected from the ribosome to be recycled.
And guys, in case you missed that, to be recycled.
Yep.
There's literally recycling processes inside of our cells. Like, just think about that for a second. Would anybody ever conclude that recycling can happen without predetermined processes being accounted for?
Isn't there also rewrites according to environment?
Say it again.
Isn't there rewrites according to environment as well?
Well, not necessarily. I'm not sure what context you mean on that, but in relation to like heat, for example, shock, the ribosome will actually go will pause, like when it determines I'll use heat as an example. Like if you're getting overheated, the protein synthesis formation, like the protein folding, won't go correctly. So it will literally halt the ratcheting of the mRNA, the whole nine. It'll put the process in timeout. and then it will either completely dissolve and it'll just like start again when the temperature returns to normal, or if it goes back fast enough, we'll continue on the process of the synthesis.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's nuts.
As the protein synthesis proceeds, the finished chain emerges from the ribosome. It folds up into a precise shape determined by the exact order of amino acids. Thus, the central dogma explains how the 4-letter DNA code is, quite literally, turned into flesh and blood.
Well, and what they don't show in that animation, which I think is amazing, is that these things called chaperone proteins are often, or not as often, are usually actually hanging out as at where the chain is emerging from the ribosome, and are physically making modifications to the fold. So like the atheists want to just like, oh, it just has to be in the right order of the amino acids. Yeah, sort of. Yes and no. Yes, and that's a fundamental. No, in the fact that many proteins literally require physical structural modifications, not once, not twice, but many times, to end up having the exact fold that's needed.
Yeah, that applies as well to the making of the ribosome by itself, which is also an extremely complex process requiring over 200 scaffold proteins and 75 cofactors. So that these proteins to make the ribosome had to emerge prebiotically too. And then there is another thing, the ribosome alone, the whole complex together with amino acid tRNA synthetases and all the other parts, they have 11 distinguished error check and repair mechanisms just to make the translation. So the precision must be checked very precisely, and if you don't have that process with a very small error rate, you don't have functional proteins in the end.
Go ahead,
I can ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Okay. It's impressive, and I can give you that. But someone here has never studied this kind of process on a biochemical level. It's my question.
Okay, are you asking if we have personally been in the lab?
Yes. No, not in the lab. Just if someone here has never studied this kind of process on biochemical level, because it's in these videos is quite on a macro level. Okay, you can see the protein folding, and I actually studied it not in very detail. I just gave a couple of classes and on this topic. It was not
look,
my.
I get where you're going with this. You're trying to say that, oh, this isn't representing, all of the like the charges and the different changes that are happening in terms of folds. But hang on, the fact that you're trying to go down that rabbit hole as a workaround for this. Oh, you're just seeing on the macro level? Yeah, dude. The micro level is even more complicated than the macro level.
I know. Yeah.
So I don't understand why you would want to say, like, go down that rabbit hole. That's like being like, man, looking at the computer screen, man, there must be a lot of really crazy tech in there. And then yanking off the case of the computer and looking at the microchip and being like, oh man, this is even more complicated. I mean,
Luca, can I ask a quick question? Just real quick. Are you comfortable believing things you have no evidence for?
No.
Okay, well, then why in the living actual almighty hell are you believing anything to do with abiogenesis at all when we have done extended videos with actual PhDs saying there are no answers to these problems? And you're just sitting there saying, someday, I have faith that naturalistic processes will be able to explain this. And we're telling you how this even coming to occur is outside the realm of actual mathematical possibility. and yet you are still clinging to that, and you're expecting us to respect your opinion on this. And all you're saying is more conjecture. Well, more hypothesis, more guesses from the scientists. Which, by the way, Luca, I'm a little insulted that you come in here and talk about, well, what are the hypotheses? Sir, hypotheses aren't science. So I don't know what the hell point you're trying to make.
Thousands of different pools. You'd need thousands of different pools and in a dark cave protected from ultraviolet light with different heats, with different temperatures, with different catalysts to start and stop the reactions at the right time, because if you don't stop them, it goes back to square one. But your answer to that is deep ocean vents where it's warm and you've got different temperatures the further you get away from the vent, and it's going to create all these different molecules. But the problem is, then how do the molecules come together? If RNA was first, where does the machines come from to read the RNA, to decode the RNA and read it and then put a protein together? And these machines are chucking proteins together at 100,000 RPM. At 100,000 RPM, they're spitting a protein out. They're joining amino acids and peptides, left-handed amino acids and right-handed peptides at 100,000 RPM. So you're going to have all these machines. There's just no answers to any of it. It's complete fantasy.
This is the problem you have, is that your claim that any of this came about through naturalistic processes, that is the extraordinary claim, not ours. You're the one that has a burden of proof to tell us how you think this could possibly ever come about through naturalistic processes. If you don't have an answer for that, then you are believing something with zero evidence. Belief of naturalism and the gaps with empty, blind faith. And I don't find a reason to respect people who are going to operate that way. It's not an honest way of communication.
Sorry, but I never said that I believe anything. I never said
you believe God didn't do it.
Sorry. I never said that abiogenesis is a thing. It's not a theory. It's not a fact. So, I'm not believing in anything.
I believe in a naturalistic means.
You are believing in things, Luca. This is what you don't get. You're believing in naturalistic means. You don't get it. Every time you deny us and say, nope, not your evidence, I believe naturalism could do it. No, I don't have an answer for it, but I believe someday I will. You just can't connect the dots, Luca. It's embarrassing.
Okay, I have a fair question. May I ask you a fair question, Luca?
Of course.
What do you think would be implied to your worldview if abiogenesis is impossible?
If abiogenesis is impossible, you need something else. So higher power, okay, it's possible. I never said anything else. It's possible. I do not believe that's the case, and it's a belief. I cannot show it to be true. Okay? Here, it's just belief.
What would change your mind?
I said that to Nicholas, I think. One question. What changed my belief on a God in general?
Sure.
Or,
whether or not there could be a divine entity out there, a God, a divine mover, a first mover, one who started life and started the universe.
If you can show me an instance where the physical laws are inverted or changed for some time, a miracle, basically.
Okay, so
I can.
No, it's okay.
I can change my idea. On your God in particular, to Nicholas, I was telling him that if God is, if God can speak to you, one good proof to me will be to say to me something that you cannot know. Like something about myself that I never shared online or else. That will be quite a good evidence for me.
But would it convince you?
I give you a couple of examples. To know something that you cannot know.
No, I know, but if Nicholas did that, would it convince you?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, and if we can delay
you only
from
have to
that
do it
a second,
once.
because I would like to share. I would like to share what it is like to hear from God, as opposed to what you just proposed. So for me, it all works, through the brain that God gave me, through the mind that God gave me, through the honesty that God gave me when I was reborn. And the brain is a harmonic device, and truth is harmonic, and God is harmonic. And by doing it through these natural ways, he's expressing how beautiful a creation humanity is and all of that. And so I'm not someone who can help you with that, because that's not my purpose. There might be people who've had like psychic kind of stuff like that from God, but I don't have that. I have something that really displays the beauty of the nature of humanity.
Okay, I gave my true example. For me, abiogenesis is not a theory, so it's not a fact, and I already said that it's possible to have a God. It's possible, but I do not believe it, because all the world I see, it's made by natural things. So to accept that there is something not natural, okay, I need some kind of strong evidence for that. And I want to clarify, to say one thing. It's not beautiful to believe that there is nothing outside this world. It's not a very nice thought, but I cannot believe otherwise right now. So it's not like I really do not want to a God to exist. Okay, I just cannot believe in it. So I hope that can explain my position. It's not that I do not want to a God to exist. I simply do not believe in it.
Well, that makes our point that we lack the ability to actually convince anyone. Even when we gave you argumentation, show you have absolutely no ground to stand on and have no reason to really deny it, you'll still deny it just because, well, you just can't. And that's really all you can give us. You just can't. Not really a good reason why you can't. You just can't. And I don't really get that, Luca.
But I already told you that God is possible. I do not believe in it, but it's possible. Give you that.
Maybe your expectations of evidence aren't realistic. Did you consider that?
Maybe.
Because if your expectations of evidence aren't realistic, then you're not a skeptic. You're just a cynic, and you're incapable of being convinced no matter what.
Well, no. I gave you a couple of things that can convince me.
Yeah, well, no, your things aren't realistic. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Why not?
Well, because let me try to explain it to you. If you have something that is supernatural, that is testable and repeatable, it's no longer supernatural. It's natural. It's a natural phenomenon. It's no longer supernatural. It's explainable. So what you're requiring is a supernatural event to actually happen right in front of you in order for you to believe. And whether or not you would be able to classify that as a supernatural event, you can't even really ultimately tell us. Whether or not it would even be convincing, whether or not your mind is potentially, as you just demonstrated to us, so closed that even if you were to see a supernatural event, you might dismiss it. Either an illusion or a flash of light, or perhaps, I don't know, you ate a bad burrito in the morning. I have no idea. You could find a million different ways to pass it away, just like you've done right now, by the way, Luca. That this is not leading me to believe your standard of evidence, by the way, is necessarily realistic or factual, because we've just given you a bunch of evidence pointing to this, and you've still found a way to avoid it, dance around it, and deny it. So why should I believe that would actually be your standard of evidence?
I'm not a liar. I cannot tell you no more.
Okay. All right. So let's say
What does
sorry,
it take
but
for you to accept a new idea?
can say one thing?
Well, I'd
You
like to
can.
continue with this point because I'm about to point out how incoherent you are.
Sorry, but you can measure an anomaly in.
Only if you see it.
Yeah, but if a God exists, it can do pretty much anything, right?
Sure.
Or I'm wrong. Okay,
Well,
sure.
it can.
So,
as long as
sorry.
it's bound by his nature. It's bound by his nature, so you have to understand his nature.
He can do anything or not?
Well, can God lie? Can our God lie?
I do not know.
Yeah, well,
maybe your God cannot lie because the Bible tell you so. But
well, can you point out an
we
instance
are
where our God
talking
lied?
about your God or
can
a
you
God
point
in
out?
general.
Can you point out where our God lied? When we're talking about our God, we don't care about a God in general. We're talking about our God right now. Well, that's what I'm trying to talk about because you're making a claim.
I just have one detail to clear up on that because Luca said that our God cannot lie simply because the Bible tells us so, but it's also a matter of his identity that he is truth. So it goes deeper and into the philosophical arguments that prove God also include the fact that he cannot lie, for instance. So I just want you to know I just want you to know it's not only in Scripture. That's all.
There's no purpose for God to lie.
Okay, sorry, but
I'm really not able to get to my freaking point, and it's irritating me.
Please do.
Okay, here's what it's coming down to, Luca, and I'm really trying to hold your hand to get through this, is that maybe your expectation for being able to be convinced of the God claim is not realistic. Now, if you have a phenomena that happens in front of you that would convince you, and granted, we don't probably know what that is, but let's say just for argument's sake that you aren't a closed-minded cynic like you've just completely displayed to us here. Let's say there is actually a sliver of chance you maybe could be convinced, and then you get to see that supernatural event and that it convinces you. Okay, how are you going to convince anyone else?
There is a part in the Bible, and I'm not an expert. I read the Bible like one time in my life, where God stopped the sun in the sky. If you can have a similar event, you can pretty much. I think.
Okay, would that event convince everyone that there is a God?
Well, for me, it's quite.
I don't care about for you.
Telling.
Ultimately, here's the issue, Luca.
Because sorry, if you
whatever
have
evidence
something like
you point at, dude, there is someone who can deny it. This is what you don't get. Okay, no matter what evidence you can come up with that might convince you, there's 1,000, 1,000,000, 1,000,000,000,000 other people that it won't. Okay, the point of the matter is.
And what I'm telling you, that scientists too will be convinced, because if you have something like that.
Okay, how did they know God did it? Okay,
everything
hold on. Luca, this is so stupid. Yes. If the sun stopped, like it says in the Bible, how would the science ascertain God's the one that did it?
Well, God can say so.
And you would believe it.
Yeah,
everyone would believe it. God's going to send a revelation.
Sorry.
Oh my God, this is so stupid. You know what, Luca? This is irritating the piss out of me. You know, we had the exact miracle happen. It's recorded. It's put down in history. It's carried forward through time. And you're saying, oh, we need to have it happen again. It needs to happen in front of Luca because he's a shallow-minded idiot cynic. You know what? I'm done, dude. I'm out. This is stupid.
Okay, sorry.
This guy is a waste of time.
I would like to make my point. I think you need, first of all, to frame a solid epistemological framework in order to investigate origins. And what we have shown today to you demonstrates that factories, as you yourself admitted, factories and machines do not self-assemble by random chance. And that is proof that cell factories and cell machines actually started with God. Just a moment.
Okay. Every day, the DNA of each cell is damaged thousands of times. If only one strand of the DNA is damaged, this can be easily repaired. PARP proteins bind to the damage and attract other proteins that repair the damage. When damaged DNA duplicates before the damage is repaired, a double-strand break can arise. In a healthy cell, this more severe damage can be repaired with the help of homologous recombination. BRCA1 protein binds the loose ends of the DNA and starts to unravel the DNA strands. Using the undamaged DNA strand as a template, the damage is then repaired. Finally, the two strands are separated, leaving both DNA strands error-free. In patients with hereditary breast cancer, the BRCA1 mechanism does not work. When a double-strand break arises in the cells of these patients, the
Okay.
Somebody muted? Like
Okay.
somebody...
No, I think that nobody is speaking right now.
Yeah, the video was talking, so I was being quiet.
Hang on. So the reason I played that was because error correction is if it's not reasonable or barely reasonable, even from your worldview, for self-replicating factories to come into existence, and all the other technology components that we've already been going through today. Now if that's borderline hard to account for, and now you have self-repair mechanisms, which are a well-recognized requirement for even the earliest life, because without it, just you're toast. Because there's literally millions of DNA damage actions that happen per day that your body's having to repair, and any form of life's having to repair. If it doesn't, then it dies. So you have to have self-repair. You have to have self-replication and self-repair at the beginning of the equation. So when you just contemplate the processes which are executed in that, you have to have them. They have to all be accounted for from a foresight perspective. Otherwise, like you cannot claim that a organism that doesn't have this is going to be able to self-replicate until it comes into existence. Like, that is not a remotely plausible conclusion to reach. Like, hey, I'm going to die every time, but somehow the way to save me comes into existence even though I'm dead. Like, that makes no sense. No sense whatsoever.
Sadly, I do not have any expertise on this, so I cannot refute you. But I suggest to contact someone is actually studying on the subject.
Because, but it's showing loss. It's showing loss. It's when what it's saying is in that video that that when the damage happens with people with cancer, that it's loss, that they've lost a function which has caused a mutation which causes the cancer. So that's what mutations are. They're loss and recombination or duplication. It's like the old saying goes that if you read something that's the paragraph and then you copy it and read it again, are you going to learn anything new from that paragraph? It's not more information. There's not they're copying errors or even if you go to encyclopedia. I don't understand, and this is exactly what you believe, that if you get an encyclopedia and you just go through and randomly change around letters or delete letters here and there and everywhere, and then or recombination or change them around and do all this stuff, that it's going to make eventually that if you keep doing that just at random points through the encyclopedia text, that it's going to make eventually it's going to make a more complex or a different encyclopedia, but better in some ways, or not just better, but different. How is that random changes of lettering in an encyclopedia going to make a more complex or a better or a different encyclopedia? It's not. It's never going to do that. You can randomly change letters and randomly delete letters and flip them all around here, there, and everywhere for the rest of all time into infinity, and you're just going to get more and more disorder. You're not going to get a better encyclopedia. And that is exactly, and don't say it that it's not, because that's exactly what evolution is. Little mistakes in the DNA over time, and if you make little mistakes in any coherent text, in any language, if you make little mistakes here, there, and it's just gonna get more broken down. It's not gonna get better. And that's what I don't understand, how they think that basically what they say is if you get a tornado in a junkyard, 6 million, you'd need, like, okay, tornado only makes paperweights, like Sal says, but a tornado in a junkyard, say, might make one component. So you need 6 million tornadoes in a row to make a jumbo jet. And then you get 6 million tornadoes and you get 6 million parts, because there's 6.5 million parts in a 747, I think. So you get 6 million different parts. But then the problem is you've got all these different parts. How are you going to assemble them to put them together to make a working jumbo jet, even if you get every single part from 6 million different tornadoes? That's basically what you're saying, that you've got all these different little mistakes that make all these different components, but it's not going to happen. That's like in the beginning, that it's not going to come together if you get all the components. Then after it's together, you've got all the mistakes in a coherent, like you read an encyclopedia when it's all freshly printed and written out, it makes sense, it's coherent. But then, if, like I said, if you keep changing it over millions of years, just little tiny changes here, there, and everywhere, sooner or later you're just going to end up with a pile of jumbled letters that's meaningless.
On that, I can say something. As I said, I'm not a biologist, but we were looking at some videos earlier. So you have this complex structure that it's assembling proteins, right? We are
You're talking about machines, a complex machine that assembles proteins. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. You said that some kind of mutation can duplicate some strand of DNA, right?
No, I just said that even if you did get RNA, right, in the beginning, then you're going to have to decode the RNA.
Duplicate some strand of DNA. You can make the DNA bigger with a copy of an already existing.
No, it doesn't go. No, wait a minute. It doesn't get bigger. If you copy a paragraph after reading it and then read it again, you're not going to learn any more information than reading it the first time. No. And then you're going to say that if you get a little mistake in that it's different. It's.
Let me finish, please. You
I already
have
know what you're going to say.
another pieces of DNA. 2 pieces, they are the same. 1 and 2, the same. But if you let those processes go, you will have a bigger protein.
No, you don't. You have a backup copy. If one copy fails, that's why it makes copies. If one fails, then you have a backup. And the second, it is not a larger genome. It is not.
You can have a different result because you can.
No, that's a mistake in the copying. When it copies it, that's a mistake. And that gets back to if you randomly change letters in the encyclopedia, it is not going to make a better encyclopedia or a different encyclopedia.
It's not an encyclopedia. It's a process where you.
Yes, but it is an encyclopedia when. But wait a minute. Stop. It is an encyclopedia. It is an encyclopedia. When you look at the numbers and letters, the ATGC, and the way they're arranged in a specific order. The same way the letters in an encyclopedia are arranged in a specific order to make it coherent. If you go in there and you just change around letters or if I copy a page and then add that copied page in right next to the original page, that has not made more information. It's made it longer, but it's not made more different information, specific information. And then in that copied page, if you have a mistake in that copied page, then that is exactly what I'm saying. It's breaking down. Either way, you can't win. There is no, and sickle cell anemia is what? It's deleting a protein out of the cell, which the parasite uses to bind onto. There is no way around it, Luca, none.
If this sequence is now longer, even though the information, let's call it information for the sake.
Jason, let him talk.
It's the same, but the process will continue longer with those process with the assembly line of the protein. There are instances in what those kind of mutation change the protein that exit this process. And even if it's not working like you are saying, if you have another mutation in the second part, you will have a different sequence after the first. So you can actually have an addiction of something.
I know what you're saying. You are saying that if you get a copy and in that copy there's a mistake, then that's a difference, and it's not the same. So it's a longer genome. It's not a longer genome. It is not. It's a longer genome, yes, but it's longer, but it's not different. It's not new specified information. It's just the same information that's copied. Then if you get a mistake in it, it's getting right back to the thing where I said that if you get mistakes in the DNA, that is not going to add up to a better genome. And that is exactly it. That is exactly what you believe. Don't try to get around it and dance around it. It is exactly what you believe. You believe that random mistakes, you do. That's what evolution believes. They believe random mistakes over long periods of time, over millions of years, can generate a different type of body plan or a different type of genome, or it can make the genome more complex and larger, as in from the first cell up to us. So this you've still got the same problem, the same paradox. You can't get around it. There's no way, you've no mechanism you've found to get around that, Angelo. None.
Look, I would like to respond to you to that. First of all, you don't have, there is no way to have RNA on a prebiotic Earth.
I was talking about DNA, not RNA. Sorry.
Yes, but to have DNA, the transition from RNA to DNA is extremely complex. And if you have researched about ribonucleotide reductase proteins and enzymes, then you know how complex that enzyme is. But now let's suppose that you have a fully functional genome with 1.3 million nucleotides arranged in the right sequence to make the right proteins, which then will be functional. Okay, but you still don't have the machinery to transcribe and translate the information into amino acids, and the problem is far greater than you can imagine. If you don't have also in regards of amino acids, there are supposedly 500 different amino acids on early Earth, and life uses just 20 amino acids. How was that selection process made? There was no selection to get the right amino acids in the right concentration at the right place to then join them into functional proteins. And even if you had a functional
That's the point. There is no way to join them.
It would simply disintegrate, because proteins, they are not solely being there. They work in a joint venture together in production lines and with metabolic pathways. And these metabolic pathways, they are like an electric circuit, where the connections must be just the right connections. And how do you get to that? And these are all unsolved problems, Luca. But
yeah, and he's talking about how proteins can just fold. If the protein joins and in the right way, then it'll automatically fold. It doesn't need a machine to fold it on the early Earth. That's another thing he's saying. And
I would like to finish my point, please, Luca. I would like to return back to what you were claiming. Oh, that kind of evidence would convince me that God exists. I think you need to frame a solid epistemological framework which will bring you to meaningful conclusions. If you make funny things, if you demand funny proofs of God's existence, you will never get that kind of proofs that you are demanding because it's unrealistic. Now, if you really want to find God, then you will find him because God has given enough light for those that seek him. But he has also given enough darkness to those that want to deny him. So what depends is, are you really seeking God, or are you just trying to find excuses to deny him? That is what you need to ask yourself. If you want to find him, he has given enough evidence through nature, to the things, the amazing things that John has demonstrated through these videos here. And if you say that molecular factories and machines are not enough evidence, Luca, then I say work at your epistemology, because it is leading you to where you don't want that it leads us. It leads you to the wrong way. And if you do that, if you work first on that epistemological framework and truly seek with your whole heart God and ask him to reveal himself to you, but maybe not in the way that you expect, you will find him, as we all in this room have found him, as millions of people, billions of people have found him. He is not difficult and not far away, but it depends on your position if you really want. If you don't want, God will respect you and you will keep living your life without him, but then you will eventually meet him when it's too late and the consequences will be not so good.
Can I ask you some question?
Go ahead.
Okay. First, on the protein thing, if you have a duplication event and you have a sequence for a protein, I'm making that up. Sorry?
Let me interrupt you. There were no protein sequences on early Earth. You need to start right from the beginning. And when you start even just at the beginning, then you will understand already that there was no selection process to have 20 functional used amino acids on the prebiotic Earth. And then you say full stop, it's not possible. And then you have to make your mind up. But.
No. Let's pretend that you are right. That it's impossible. But it's not my question. Okay. My question is, if you have that duplication event and you have that protein that it's ACB. Okay. The ACB are amino acid. I don't know what amino acid. It's not important. Let's pretend that there are those 3 amino acids. Okay, it's too short, but bear with it. Okay, and you have a duplication event with the same sequence of amino acid, but you will have a protein with ACB. That protein will be different.
Yeah, but you need the protein.
Okay, it's my point. Then on abiogenesis, formation of the first cell, I cannot speak with confidence on those things. I'm in this video because I've seen a formula of entropy and chemistry. It's kind of my thing. I'm only a bachelor, so I'm not an expert on chemistry, but I have an actual degree on that. But I can discuss with other things. But if it's over my possibilities, I will tell you. So I never lied to you. If I do not know something,
Yeah,
I
but
will
you just asked a question about a protein, that if a protein joins by itself somehow without the machines in the beginning or later on, that if a protein replicates and it changes a
for
little
the
bit one
sake of
amino acid,
discussion,
or if it changes a one amino, but wait, you can't just keep going on making points. But if it changes one amino acid, then it's going to be a different protein. But if one amino acid is out of place, if just one amino acid or one is out of place, it won't fold properly. And if it doesn't fold properly, it's going to be a useless protein. So the massive combination of different amino acids in sequence space is just, it's massive. You've got this massive gaps. You can't get there. You can't just say that as a protein is being put together via the machine through an RNA, after it's read the RNA, after the machine has gone to the RNA, read the RNA, decoded it, and then puts the protein together, it can't, if it puts one out of place, it's not going to be a different protein or a new protein or a better protein. Because there's so many different combinations of possible things that can go wrong. You've got billions of combinations of things that can go wrong. Then one little thing out of those billions goes wrong, and then the whole protein's useless. The chances of you getting a different functional protein by that machine putting something in the wrong spot and getting that different functional protein is just so unbelievably small. Hundreds of thousands of thousands of zeros to one, you know what I mean, or hundreds and hundreds to one of zeros after it, after a number one, of a one chance in, say, 100, 200, or even 77, or even 80 zeros after the one chance in 80 zero. It's impossible. You've got to have more tries than there are atoms in the universe. That just blows my mind, and that's why they need all these different universes. They need all these multiverses. They need all the multiverses. They can say, oh well, we just happened to get it right in our universe. Ours is the lucky one out of the infinite amount of universes that are out there. But even with an infinite amount of universes, you're still in trouble because you've got the same laws in each universe. You'd have the same physical laws. The same, the laws of physics. But we're getting back to your protein, just changing things around, just changing one protein, one amino acid, in sequence, in the different sequence as it comes out, is not going to make a better protein. It's the chances of it making a different protein that's functional is just so small. By mistake, I mean. By mistake. When they do make different proteins, that comes down to epigenetic regulation. When you eat a different type of food or move to a different climate, from a cold climate to a hot climate, or a hot climate to a cold climate, your DNA starts to methylate and in a different way, and it changes. It tells the genes how to express themselves. So those different proteins that different genes are producing were already there. They didn't come about by mistake, because the chances of them all coming about by mistake and all working together in conjunction with each other is just impossible.
Luca, what would convince you that abiogenesis is indeed not possible, and as a logical consequence, design is the better explanation? What is your burden of proof?
On abiogenesis, it's quite an hard one. So, the same two things. I need to see something to be created from. I don't know. It's my question. What do you think that happened? Because from my point of view, to prove abiogenesis is not to prove that a God does not exist. You can have abiogenesis and a God. It's possible. You can say that God used some kind of abiogenesis to get life. So, in your view, what kind of process did happen? Because if you ask me to, hi Nicholas, to disprove abiogenesis, I need to know what you think that's happened.
I'm going to head off. I'm just going to head off. So, Tangelo and John's got this covered. So I'm going to get out of here. Have a good day, and God bless everyone. See you later, Luca.
See you.
Have a good day, mate. See ya.
It was a pleasure.
See you, mate. Yeah, same. Nice talking to you too. See you, mate. See you. Bye.
Thanks. So, tell me what you think that's happened. Because if I need to disprove abiogenesis, I really want to know the alternative. So, please.
You have not disproved abiogenesis because abiogenesis has never been proven in the first place. So,
what I'm telling you, you are asking me how can you, what kind of evidence do you need to prove that abiogenesis is not a thing, right? So I need to know what kind of.
I'm really intrigued, Luca, because all the demonstration that abiogenesis is impossible, I would say, has been demonstrated to you, but you are still on the fence, and you said, but every time.
No. I'm not on the fence. I was telling you that I cannot prove that abiogenesis is a thing. It's not a theory. So you are asking me what kind of evidence do you need to show that abiogenesis is not true? And I will tell you, I need to some kind of evidence that some other kind of process is even possible. So I need to see this process to unfold. I do not need to see that with my eyes, of course, but I just need to be shown that it can really happen. So something that can be observed in some way. So that's my answer, but I'm really curious about it. What kind of process did you think that was implemented, used for your kind of abiogenesis? Because there was no life and then life, so life came from somewhere, and you say to me that that was God. Okay, but what kind of process did he use? It's my question, and then I can tell you what kind of evidence do I need. Right now, I can tell you I need to be shown that some kind of different process is even possible. So that's my point. But please tell me what kind of process do you think was used on that? Because it's all what science is about. If you can show me that a God exists, it's quite a wonderful thing, really. I think that any scientist will be thrilled about it. But I need to be shown that it's even possible.
Luca, okay. Listen, this is such a standard talking point from atheists. Go prove God to me. Go show me God literally creating life out of thin air. Like, that is so juvenile and just like, dude, at some point, like, when are you guys going to stop asking these same dumb questions? I mean, I'm not trying to be a jerk, dude, but this stuff is getting incredibly annoying. Okay, if I showed up at your house tomorrow and said, look at what I found inside of a boulder that I hit with a hammer, and inside of the rock was a diamond. And then we cracked it with a laser. We cracked open the diamond. And inside there was a little tube, and it had a strand. We looked under a microscope, and there was a DNA sequence.
Okay.
And then us and a whole bunch of other people around the world studied this DNA sequence that somehow was inside of a diamond. And we eventually realized, oh my goodness, there's a code sequence in this strand of DNA. And it had a different code than the universal code for our DNA, right?
Okay.
And then after we cracked it and we read the data, it was a fucking picture of something being created. But it was in a diamond that was supposedly 4 billion years old.
Okay.
Would you ever conclude that the picture that had been downloaded into the syntax that was being used in that strand of DNA and then injected into a diamond, would you ever conclude that it had somehow formed by itself, or somebody had put it there?
I will think the second one.
Okay.
Personally.
Okay. So, is a protein like the helicase, is it a machine? Is it a nano machine, or is it not?
It's a nano machine.
Okay.
But
Is the ribosome a nano machine?
Yeah.
Okay. Is the Titan protein and the other ones that it works with, and the calcium channels and such that enable your muscles to contract, are those nano machines?
Kind of. Yeah.
Okay. Is the focusing capacity of the lens of your eye, is that technology?
Well, it depends on the definition, but we can agree on that on some level. Yeah.
Okay, so the helicase is a nano machine, but the lens of your eye, which enables you to focus, that's not?
I can say that you can use this kind of things as technology, but
so would you say that, let's say instead of a picture inside of the diamond on the strand of DNA, let's say it was the schematics, it was the blueprint for a robot nano car?
It will be awesome.
Okay, and who put it there?
I will tell you that I don't know, but
would you?
I would agree with you that
it was probably a
someone
person, right?
put it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if this diamond was created 4 billion years ago, per your and my timeline, there were no humans, right? Okay, there was nothing alive back then, right?
On our planet, at least.
Okay, so are you going to conclude that if there was no life on this planet, yet you found the schematics and the blueprint for a robot, are you going to conclude that there must have been somebody alive that created it? You don't know how they did it. You don't know how they downloaded it into the DNA. You don't know how they put it into the diamond. Correct?
Yes.
But you would conclude that somebody had to have done it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if nanotechnologies, which are way more complicated and way more advanced than any robots that we have ever created, if the schematics for those are literally downloaded into DNA and have to have existed for the absolute simplest form of life to have possibly existed, and it's more complicated than a robot, the most advanced robot we have, why would you conclude that just because you don't know who it was or how they did it, that there wasn't one, and it wasn't the most logical conclusion that that person that intelligent agent had to be there?
I cannot rule out this possibility, and I already said that. But I think that
Right.
with
You said
life,
but, and you go into desperation, downward spiral of trying
no, it's not a desperation. I'm answering. I'm giving you my answer. I cannot rule out this possibility, and it's possible, but I'm more inclined to think that there is a natural explanation on that. Chemicals are really complex things and can do.
Dude, no.
Okay.
I'm so sick and tired of hearing this same crap from you over and over and over again, dude. Like, this is ridiculous. Okay, you just conceded that technology downloaded into the blueprint, into the DNA, in any other context, would not be the rational conclusion that an intelligent agent wasn't required. You're now saying that because it's chemicals, dude. Literally everything in the universe has a chemical bond of some kind, correct?
Well, not everything.
Every molecule has a chemical bond.
Okay, every compound.
Every molecule has a chemical bond, right? We're not talking about elements here. We're talking about the molecules, right?
Okay.
Every single one of them have a chemical bond.
Okay.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So literally, whether it be the downloaded information into the DNA that's now inside of a diamond, that has chemical bonds, or if it's a car that we put together at the molecular level, there's chemical bonds. If it's a computer, there's molecular bonds in the hard drive. I mean, all of those things there's molecular bonds and there's chemical actions that have taken place in order for those bonds to be formed. So to say that because something is possible due to chemical bonds does not make the intelligent agent action required is it's such a state of denial. And I'm done listening to it. Leophilus, what's up, man? Good to talk to you.
So how's it going?
Yeah, pretty good. A lot back and forth.
Can everybody hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. There was one thing that I've been listening for a while. I've been doing some stuff on brilliant.org, just kind of listening and then chiming in here and there in the side chat. There's something that a point that I would like to make, and that is that it seems to me that you guys are stating that because Luca has a model but no mechanism for how the model could have occurred, that therefore it's not reasonable to assume that model has a reality and actually explains things. But
no,
correct me if I'm wrong, John, but it seemed to me that you just stated that you don't have a mechanism for how your model of God doing this could have played out. So how come we can't have a model without a mechanism, but you can?
Well, that would be a belief too, Leo.
So
you would still be believing in abiogenesis.
To the point that I made. Why can't we have a model without a mechanism, but you can?
Okay, so I really don't understand how atheists manage to be this stupid and not listen to the words that come out of our mouths, and that we repeat the arguments over.
So if I'm just going to hear ad hominems, I'm going to leave.
I'm going to respond.
I don't think they're constructive to a civil discourse.
I'm going to respond. I'm just being very direct in the fact that you came in here to make an assertion.
I didn't make an assertion.
Dude, are you going to let me respond? I shut up and let you talk. The standard talking point from atheists such as yourself is that there is no mechanism, therefore God of the gaps. You guys make this assertion in a never-ending.
I haven't made that assertion.
You literally just made the equivalent of that.
I asked a question. I didn't make an assertion.
You literally
Yeah, this is going to be a word salad from Leo because this is what he does.
I can't have a model without a mechanism.
I'm trying to get an answer. I'm getting to the point here. Okay. My model is that an intelligent agent with the knowledge of the chemistry requirement and the processes and the understanding of the foreseen outcome is required. That is the model that is required. Now, from a manipulation of the chemical processes that have to do it, that's what has to be figured out.
Exactly.
But
we believe that it was natural process, so we don't know how, but it has to be figured out.
Dude.
So you
okay. Now, to answer your other part of your question, which is what I was trying to get to before you start talking, is you asked is it okay for you guys to know how it's done? And you obviously, once again, like every atheist, missed the entire point, which is that it is not that there aren't chemical bonds that can be formed in specific sequences and structure and timing and everything of the nature that enable them to reach the end outcome. That is not the point. It is that those are not remotely plausible to be accomplished without the foresight requirement to have everything happen in the appropriate order and to force bonds to form that wouldn't be the natural outcome. And this is what is delineated as the problem in pretty much every origin of life paper out there. This is a well-recognized element of the abiogenesis problem from every secular source. So why atheists continue to just spew this BS of how did your God do it? I'm like, okay, that is not the point. And this leads me to the whole thing of like atheists claim, oh, if you believe in God did, then research is going to stop. It's like, no, that doesn't mean you don't go figure out what processes have to occur to reach this outcome. It's that we're trying to do all this stuff randomly. The conclusion that is blatantly obvious is that doing it randomly and without an undirected process is not a remotely plausible outcome. It would be plausible to try and figure out how you can do it if you're actively attempting to do it versus the reciprocal. And we're spending who knows how much money and how much brain power and how much genius trying to figure out how you can do something that obviously requires the specified focus and directed processes to accomplish. It's a mind bender. It's nuts. And then you guys want to jump to accusations of God of the gaps. It's priceless. Go ahead.
Can I ask something?
John,
let's pretend. Sorry?
John, I would suggest that you let Leophilus answer because Luca has taken basically all our time and we have not get anywhere with him. So I think Leophilus should have his time now.
So John said that our model is that God did this. We don't yet have a mechanism for how he did it, but we can do research and figure that out. But that's exactly what naturalists state, is that, well, it was done naturally. We don't know the mechanisms of how, but we're going to figure that out. But then you say, well, no, you don't have a mechanism, so your model can't remember.
Dude, did you listen to a word that came out of my mouth?
Doesn't sound like it to me.
You are literally repeating the same bullshit that I literally just spent the last 3 or 4 minutes on a passionate diatribe refuting. And you're coming back to the exact same talking point. Michael, what's up, bro? How you doing, man?
Hello.
Could I attempt to? Oh, sorry.
I don't know. I came in to say something and now I already forgot because this was such a fucking weird. Like he just said, dude, that the whole problem is it needs to be assembled from the start, which means it needs to be a conscious effort to do it, which I'm not completely convinced of myself. But the chance of it doing it without conscious effort from the get-go, all the parts just slamming together just right, rather low. But anyway, I forgot what I originally came in here for. Sorry.
Sunflower, what's up, man? You have something you want to say?
Yeah. I was gonna try to give a.
Real quick, man. Yeah, Michael, when you if you remember what you were thinking about, just let us know and we'll let you talk, man. Go ahead, Sunflower.
Okay, yeah. I was gonna try to give a admittedly probably imperfect analogy here, but to respond to Leo, it's like, and again, this could be a just bad analogy, but I think it might demonstrate some of the stuff we're going over here. If you imagine like a snow globe on a desk or like a hill, and if it like there's an earthquake and it falls over, and then you look at how the fake particles in the snow globe like arrange themselves after it's fallen, and then you compare that to like an infinitely intelligent person that could like throw a snow globe in such a finessed way that like the physics of the throw would result in all the particles in the snow globe like assembling themselves into like a perfect reproduction of the Eiffel Tower when it lands. I think what's being argued here is that if you looked at the physics of these snow particles, even in the one where the guy threw it, like you could sort of start to understand like how the Eiffel Tower got built, but the whole argument is that it's some infinitely smart person would have had to throw it with like a complete understanding of all the particles like in the universe and in the snow globe to be able to like deliberately have that outcome. So I don't know if that's a good or bad analogy, but yeah.
No, I mean I follow what you're saying there. I mean it's and that's the point. And so many people have used different analogies. I mean, you obviously have the tornado through the junkyard. I mean, there's so many different pieces. I actually liked where you were going with that. I mean, it's like why anybody. Here's what I really want to ask, and I'll let Leo respond to this one. Like, dude, have you actually, other than talking points, have you actually looked into like the 18 or 19, and Angela will answer this question on the exact number, but there's like at least 15 or 16 recognized paradoxes in abiogenesis. Paradoxes that literally it's the freaking word paradox. I mean, we should know what the hell that means. And they haven't solved any of them. But I'm the one who thinks that but the answer is, we could totally solve it if we weren't having to do it in a completely random process. And we could control the outcome versus relying on random reactions. And I don't understand how, if you're like, how many paradoxes are required before you think it's the more rational conclusion that, these could be totally solved with an intelligent agent. Nope, I'm going to keep convincing myself that paradoxes that could be solved 100% no problem with an intelligent agent must not be the logical deduction based on the evidence. Go ahead.
Well, I would still like an answer to the initial question that I posed because I haven't gotten one yet. And every time I try to press for an answer, I just get muted and go up on diatribes about how wrong I am. So how come
I can answer your question?
Good.
This is a very common question by atheists. They want to know how God created life and biodiversity. And my answer to that is through his power and through information, his word. Now, how exactly he implemented it, how the performance occurred on Earth, we don't know. We have no answer to that. Does that mean that our explanation is not plausible? I don't think so. We don't need an explanation of the explanation. We know that intelligence is the far better explanation than random unguided events. Now, how that intelligence actually implemented life, we don't know, but that doesn't mean that it is not a far better explanation than natural occurrences.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Mitochondria, right? The interesting thing about mitochondria is ATP, which all life needs in order to stay alive. It has to be produced through mitochondria, but mitochondria itself doesn't reproduce itself. And there's the whole phagocytosis theory, but where did mitochondria come from before that, since the only thing it seems to do is produce energy, right? I mean, that's the core of the problem. The one thing that everything else is cruxed around is the production of this energy. I can't say it, but ATP, adenosine triphosphate, but from diphosphate. But anyway, so yeah, the whole chain of all forms of life known, even the one I was talking about, they found that lives inside fish. How they think that one does it without mitochondria is steals it from the fish, which means you still need a mitochondrial ATP source to start with, right? So you have this cell that the only thing it does is spit out energy. Even if it somehow had a reproduction mechanism and lost it, then what was that mechanism and what was its job, since the only thing it was doing was spitting out energy, and where in the hell did it come from? That really is the core of the problem right there.
Does someone have a rooster?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm hearing that too.
Sorry,
Damn thing
I
won't
can.
shut up. Go ahead.
Okay, so in line with everything we're talking about here, and I'm just gonna. So Leo is now whining in chat. He left. He can come back if he wants to.
Okay.
So here's 12 of the abiogenesis paradoxes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
There are 5, John. I can list them if you want.
yeah, we'll just cover. You said there was 25.
No, 5.
Okay. 105. Okay. So here's just a few of the top ones, right? You got the oxygen paradox, the water paradox, the cellular paradox, the information paradox, the protein paradox, entropy, chirality, reproduction, ATP, mitochondrial, Eros complexity, and mathematical. So that's just 12 of the many recognized paradoxes in abiogenesis. And this isn't just like, oh, these are intelligent design arguments. Like, these are things that there are papers out the yin yang on, and they've been trying to solve for the last 60 years. And what do they keep running into? Oh, wait, even if we kind of sort of maybe figure out one thing, we find out there's like 10 more. Oh, wait, we solved this one. Oh, crap. That leads to 15 more. And it's like, okay, so you're not actually getting any closer. The conclusion is that it's actually less and less and less and less probable of an outcome that we're ever going to figure this out. Or even if we do figure it out, the conclusion is that an intelligent agent is required. Like,
I have a phone call. Sorry.
no problem, Luca. Anyway, so Praise, man, what's up, dude?
What up, brother? Yeah, so I believe in abiogenesis is inevitable.
No, cioè ero nel mezzo di un videomappa, niente, che succede?
I believe God did it. So, what would you say to someone who would use that argument? So, have you ever heard of inspiring philosophy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's a structuralist. He thinks that God fine-tuned the universe where an abiogenesis would be inevitable. So I think that's complete horseshit. It's like I was playing actually devil's advocate here. How would you respond to that, John? Because I know you could like slice right through that crap. I think that's just pure crap to me.
Well, the thing with I like most of IP stuff. Like, and the irony for me with him is he is like on like in terms of like quantum mechanics and like how did God create the universe and everything.
Right.
He actually comes to very similar conclusions that I did. And actually the irony from one of his videos, what sparked his conclusion on like how God actually formed the universe through quantum mechanics and the observation and measurement problem, is he read the exact same book that I read that led me to the same conclusion, which was the Quantum Enigma.
Wow. Yeah, same with me too.
So, which ironically, for folks who have never read the Quantum Enigma, that's written by two guys who are not religious. They're quantum physicists, and they reached the same conclusion. Well, not the same conclusion, but the same deduction. They're like, okay, this obviously is a conundrum. But and why, and most specifically, why the heck are we avoiding this discussion in terms of the intelligent agent being required from a quantum mechanics perspective? But going back to IP, I honestly think he is one of those who is so he stopped looking in the biology question and bought into the theistic evolution explanation, and which on the surface level, if your faith is strong, you can justify. But it doesn't actually answer the question, the real questions, which are ultimately at the root of the atheist problem, which was been showcased by Leophilus here a few minutes ago, which is, well, how did God do it? And it's like nobody wants to actually address the reality that it's both the formation of the universe as well as the formation of life are both paradoxes that require intelligent agency. And until you're willing to accept that, then you're not actually analyzing the evidence in a remotely logical fashion. You are literally creating end arounds that have no rational foundation other than I got to come up with something, otherwise I will be forced to accept the obvious.
On Tangelo, what was the purified reagents again? It was molybdate, and what was the other one you were mentioning for the RNA?
Montmorillonit. I don't know how you spell it in English, but that's the name.
Say it again.
Montmorillonit.
Okay.
Hey Tony, I'm sorry. I just wanted to pop back in real
Yeah,
quick.
brother. What are we
can
doing
you debate him? Can you debate him at 8:00 p.m. your time, just so we can?
I can't at 8. 7, 7, 8.
7
to 8.
Okay, all right. I'll get it figured out with him some other way. Sorry, guys. Okay.
Hey, Smokey.
Yeah. What?
So you're popping in and out of the stream to.
You wouldn't answer my text on the side chat, bro. I asked you to tell Tony that, and you wouldn't say anything to him, so I came back
Smokey, did you get my video? Did you get the video and the image I sent you?
in. Pull it up here and make sure. Hold on.
I just wanted to play that 2-minute clip and then the RNA image.
Yeah, that's here. He says he can't do it at 4 because that's right around the time he's getting home. That's why I'm trying to figure this out. But I'll get back to you guys. We'll figure it out.
Oh, no, it's a waste of time.
Do an SFT channel, so we can get more people.
No, because here's the thing. It's just been kind of a bit of a nonsense to try and nail this down. And Snake doesn't have anything. He just debated abiogenesis with Angelo, and it was a nightmare.
I actually I gave Snake my phone number. He doesn't have the balls to call me though. So I was going to actually film this straight through video and post it on YouTube, but he won't do that.
Well, I'll still try to see if I can make it happen, but I wanted to dedicate tonight to SFT because I wanted to do that after show for him because that's what he said. Can we do it after? I said no. I want to do the after show for SFT. So that's what we're doing.
But what does Snake have other than what Antangelo told him?
No, exactly.
I mean, I don't know what we're going to hear again.
We're not going to hear anything. We're going to hear the exact same thing over and over again. And but you would just deliver it a little more fiercer than Antangelo, maybe.
Yeah.
By the way, that's kind of what I was looking for, just for Tony to kind of let it rip a little bit. You stupid slithering clown.
Yeah. A joke.
So Smokey, so I'm a little bit hurt, man.
But what?
You
don't be soy. Don't be soy.
Man, the other day you were all give me grief about even though I had texted you and said, yes, I'm in on that tag team, but I hadn't responded to the email yet. And here you, and I said, you were my agent. And then now you're popping in and out and being an active booking agent for Tony. But you're giving me grief, even though I told you I was.
Dude, this has been a process, and you have no excuse.
Come on, dude, man.
I am the mod.
I thought you were my agent, man. I trusted you. You weren't being active coming after me, but now I'm jealous of you, Tony. Tony, I see. Tony, you got him James Tour. You got him James Tour, and now he's actively trying to get you stuff. I see how this is.
I switched agencies. I fired you because Tony's getting me awesome content. There you go.
Come on, I couldn't resist, man.
I know. You're one of those shitlords. I know.
I love you, brother.
I love you, bro. I love you too.
He was giving me grief though, folks.
Get a room. I just give it to you guys.
Oh man, I just couldn't resist. I think is that the second or the third time Smokey's popped in to try and get this scheduling done for Snake.
This is the second time, and I just mentioned
no, it was the third mention. It's the third mention.
Okay, well, dude, getting these people. Okay, well, first of all, I sent Snake the email to line up the debate 2 days ago, and he finally responds to me this morning. So I'm trying to get this crap lined up, and no one gets on the same page and stuff. So I'm just trying to do my best.
Dude, you're being efficient. It's all good.
Well, you know what, Smokey, you could just do an open mic and just I'll do it just like how we do it here. If
he won't show up to that because
I know.
He wants it. The thing is, he wants it to be a debate so he can post it on his channel and that he gets content. This is that whole I keep balancing this thing between the two of you because each one of you want different things.
You talking about Snake or Leonpolis?
Yeah, Snake. I
just
make things simple.
We need Leonpolis. Forget Snake. Snake's a stooge. Forget about him.
Is Leo in the chat? Is Leo in the chat?
He was.
Yeah.
I think he still is.
Leo, do you want to debate Tony?
Oh, that'd be awesome, man.
Leo, do you want to debate Tony on my channel for abiogenesis? What do you think? I'd like someone to step up. I want an abio debate on my freaking channel, guys. Come on, like let's find an atheist to step up here.
I want to debate Tony on an abiogenesis.
Yeah, praise. Let's do it. Praise.
I believe that there was distilled butterscotch pudding, and that is where life came from.
Right.
Exactly. It was in vents and shit in the ocean.
What's wrong with you guys?
Outcast American says, "Speak up, soy Leo."
We got Little Mermaid
it's
from.
not in the chat anymore.
Yeah.
As he left.
I'm getting bored with all these clowns, man. To be honest.
I think he got a little salty with me for telling him he was just wrong because he was just wrong. But he was just wrong. What the fuck?
Luca,
We need
how
James
about
Stewart
you?
to debate.
Luca, do you want to debate Tony? What do you think? Do you want to do a structured debate?
I would love that.
All right,
but
Luca.
Tony
How
will
about
not.
tonight? No, we can talk about it, Luca.
Okay.
Yeah,
We'll have a friendly discussion.
Yeah,
Me and
if you guys nail down a time and stuff and let me know, I'll set it up.
Let me know, Luca. All right.
Love that. Yes.
All right, Luca. That's fair.
Guys, tomorrow is an interesting debate of Matt Dillahunty with Jonathan McLaughlin at the Modern Day Debate. I was thinking about making an after show with. Are you guys interested in that topic? It's about the resurrection of Jesus.
Possibly that's Friday night.
Oh yeah, I'm 100% on that. Absolutely.
Okay.
It's not my strong suit.
So I will set up an after show at my channel tomorrow for that debate, and you guys are invited.
That's awesome because I'm glad that Tangelo said that because I was actually thinking about doing one myself because I like that topic. So that's awesome. I'll just join at Tangelo's.
Okay. I'll set it up for tomorrow then. Great.
Man, look at all this! Look at all this scheduling that's happening on my stream right now. Hey, Michael, did you remember?
It looks like you're the agent.
I mean, what can I say, dude? So, Michael, did you remember what you were? I knew you wanted to say something earlier.
Oh, I said it. I was talking about the mitochondria. The problem with it is the very organelle that produces all energy for known life. Without it, there is no life. And where did it come from? Because it is a highly specifically structured thing. And then, Leo got salty. And I was just going to say, how the hell... Sorry, try not to cuss, but how do you expect to ever actually conversate with someone and possibly change your mind if you have no idea what their argument is, come in and decide to try and straw man it? I've never understood that.
It really blows my mind. And I say as a sidebar, you bring up the mitochondria. You know the standard talking point of, oh, it was like a symbiosis that happened with the bacteria that, and it's like, wait a minute. It has 16.
It had to come from somewhere first before it could be eaten.
Well, no, I agree. And the thing for me that really gets me on that is, okay, the mitochondria has about 16,500 base pairs, right, in that genome. So the smallest known bacterium has 500 something thousand base pairs. So it got eaten, and then just like the entire genome, except for 16,500 base pairs, just like vanished. But
and what ate it if it needed energy to be alive in order to eat the mitochondria?
Yeah.
Hey, Luca, you want to go live right now, Luca? Can you do it for the next 30 minutes? Luca?
Okay, but it's quite...
Smokey, let's do it now.
Okay. All right. I'll go.
Let's go now.
If you guys want to do it now. All right.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, but it's quite hard to do a structured debate with.
Well, we'll just do 5-minute openings. 5-minute openings.
Okay, a discussion is okay. It's quite hard to do a debate.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. Like
discussion is
5-minute openings each side, and then you guys take 20 minutes or 30 minutes of open conversation. That's it.
All right, let's go.
Okay,
that's
fine.
All right.
All right, I'm going over.
All right. Okay, so Iron Charioteer in usual atheist dumbassery talking points. Mitochondria formed a symbiotic relationship with cells. So did other organelles. Like, dude, do you not comprehend the entire point of what I just said?
No, I don't think they do, because you'd need the cell to to be alive in order to eat the mitochondria. And then you'd need some kind of proof that there was life possible without mitochondria producing ATP. Maybe in archaea and what's that, acid reduction chains, but yeah, that's a problem in itself, because even then, then the mitochondria wouldn't be able to survive in an extreme environment, kind of like the same problem with the thermic vents he was talking about before, right? It's constantly spewing out stuff. Yeah, well, it's producing energy, but it's also constantly spewing it out. So how's it ever going to physically combine to do anything? Yeah, a lot of problems. That's why I don't usually get into abiogenesis. My studies is in biology, so that's a whole different thing.
Well, true.
I don't know, how these things, the rotors and all the different parts got here, but I can see how they function.
Well, and that's that point you just made is what I find so fascinating about how, I'm not speaking to you directly, but like biologists, quote unquote, specifically evolutionary biologists, do not seem to comprehend the premise that like you guys are looking at things that already exist. Yeah. Like you're learning how completed systems work. Literally everything you're looking at and discovering and studying is a completed, designed technological concept.
Not sure I'd call it completed, but it is functional, right? Because it could, as a system, plants and stuff, we can add resistances and.
So, as a functional system, a completed system. It's not a complete system if it's not functional, right?
I don't know. It could be how you're defining functional, or completed. I wouldn't call it completed because it indicates that there's nothing more that can be added, right? Which.
Well, no, a completed system.
Oh, okay. You're using it as a technical term. All right.
Completed system, right?
Okay.
So everything, all the fundamentals that are required for life to exist are completed systems.
Yeah. Okay.
Or complete, if you want to play the semantics game of kids on the
okay.
It's a complete system, and so that means that a complete system can be broken, and we pretty much recognize that. I mean, what is disease, right? It's a breaking of a system.
And, viruses and bacteria invasions, and
right there. It's all the
cancers.
The end result is a breaking of an already complete system. And so the question you have to ask yourself is, if we recognize where all these breaking points are, and they're not that far away from like what is optimal or what is operational and what is broken, there's very, very minimal change that can occur, right? And for example, if your heart stops, you're dead, right? If you have a cut in an artery, you're probably going to die unless you can cauterize it, right? You have a cancer mutation. If you don't have chemo, you're going to die at some point, right? The difference between what it takes to break and what it would take to make a modification that has some kind of function from a macro view it's a totally different dichotomy.
Well, that's like I said on the chat earlier, though. It depends on what you're talking about, because like a sponge, you can do all kinds of horrible things to them damn things, and they will still, leave them in salt and water, and they will regrow. Slime molds is something I've been dealing with of late. Manipulating them and altering them to no longer be able to smell through passes. But anyway, yeah, it's something more advanced like a human. Since it is a highly tuned process, or being to start with, you're not going to be able to get a whole lot more changes out of that without damaging the system.
Hey, 1 second. Luke, I know you're heading over to.
Yes, I'm requested over Smokey's channel, and I want to salute you all, and I didn't want to hop off without saying goodbye.
No, that's okay, man. Appreciate you. You have a good one. Appreciate your time, and I'm gonna wrap this one up here in a few minutes. We'll bounce over to Smokies.
Okay. Good night. I don't know what kind of time is it now. So goodbye.
I'm going to bounce too there, John. Thanks a lot for having me on your channel.
Appreciate
it. It was a pleasure.
Bye.
Bye.
Michael, the point you're making about
because my novella is starting in 5 minutes. So thank you, John, for having me again at your channel. It was nice to learn from you guys. See you next time.
Same to you, Antangelo. Have a great night, man. We'll wrap this up here in just a second. So, Michael, here's something I find interesting. You're talking about slimes and sponges and all that kind of stuff. Oh man, we can do all this damage to it and it survives. And that is somehow a evidence for not being a completed system and having all this functional capacity. And it's gonna be completed. Or I think all this stuff's gonna be added to it. It's like, dude, the ability for it to overcome all of that requires a incredibly dynamic completed system. Like, that's...
Yeah, I'm listening.
I don't really know how people, like... I'm not directing this to you. I'm talking about in general from, like, the evolutionary debates and stuff. It's like, I don't understand how it requires dynamic adaptation in real time. Like, that is not evolution in the context that we're told it is, by any shape, form, or fashion. Because it's requiring adaptation of existing capacity in order to account for the real-time error or damage or problem. And that's like basically, that's machine learning. That's not freaking undirected evolution. And then when you look at bacteria, they now have discovered that especially with prokaryotes, they have the ability to upgrade and downgrade basically the repair processes of damage result from damage and predators and such, and be able to do real-time adaptation by like a directed downgrade or upgrade of controls. And I'm like, okay. Well, that's that's really
epigenetics is interesting as well as
well, it's very cool, but I'm saying, like, not only, I mean, it's a very interesting concept, but I'm saying that is being argued as quote unquote evolution rather than real-time controlled adaptation.
I see what you're saying there.
Of pre-existing capacity. So it's like, okay, let's say something is added. Well,
you need
it's
the
added as a
functional
result
program to know that the environment's changed such a way to run a new script in order to have the changes it's caused from something like epigenetics, or there's all kinds of other things like inside organisms that was it the endocrine system and hormones, when to produce hormones, when to reduce the amount, when to respond to activated hormones. There's a bunch of these control mechanisms built in to the system.
Yep.
Anyway, we should probably get over to Smokies.
Yeah, for those who've never seen one, it's worthwhile to go and look up like animations on like how antibodies are formed, for example. And
I've been reading. There's a book called Undergrad in Immunology on Kindle. It's quite interesting. You should read it.
I wasn't reading that kind of stuff. But when you actually look at some of these stuff, like the real-time animations of them and stuff, it really puts it into context. Like, the antibody proteins literally have stable and variable components, and as the different antibodies are being generated, the stable portion stays the exact same, the exact structure on the back end, and then sometimes 3 portions of them are literally doing real-time variation until it finds the appropriate structure to bind with a specific antigen, and then that process is executed and duplicated. And then, but the part that stays stable maintains a structure that enables it to bond with all the new ones that are being formed to create a more powerful overall structure to take on, have a better destruction of antigens. And I'm like, yeah, dude, that's not evolution in the way that it's framed to the average person. That is freaking dope.
They oversimplify it for sure.
That's some dope ass real-time security protocol, artificial intelligence being executed right there. That's ridiculous. And when you think about this, like supposedly we have had AI security systems in life forms for how long? Per the evolutionary timeline, billions of years.
Yeah, I was going to ask if
I call
prokaryote.
I call BS. Go ahead, man. Sorry.
Well, I was just going to say when you asked, I was going to say prokaryote or eukaryote because you're talking about at least I think my book said 3.8 billion years for prokaryote, but eukaryote is like 1.7. Anyway, billions of years, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think we just don't put these things into context. I mean, people love to play with deep time and act like, oh, there was so much time for this to happen. It's like, yeah, I'm sorry. When there's dual authentication factors for coming in and out of the nucleus, yeah, I don't believe you. I'm sorry. I don't believe you that dual authentication can be devised without an intelligent agent. I'm sorry. I don't think that nanomachines can do that. I don't think error correction is going to come into existence in a nanomachine capacity. I don't think that read, write, and erase proteins are going to come into existence without an intelligent agent. I mean, that's just me. But it's like, at what point do you come to the conclusion that all of these protocols that you would never, ever, ever remotely conclude? I mean, can you imagine if somebody walked into a skyscraper and there was like a checkpoint and you had to show an ID and do a biometric scan, and then somebody said, "Oh wow, it's amazing how this just evolved." I mean, what? You'd be considered an idiot, and that's what's happening in biology. But anyway, all right, folks. I guess Luca and Tony are going to go have a knockdown drag out over on Smoky Saints channel. So everybody head over there. I'm wrapping up. And appreciate it. Thanks, Michael. And hope everybody enjoyed and has a great night. Later, y'all.